no way out, no beginning, 'cause in the end we'll all be... I don't know the lyrics. Okay, how's it going, everybody? Swap over here, turn the music off, go back here. Peace. How's it going, man? We're gonna swap over here. Looks like we've got 9 people in the stream. That's kind of insane. Good afternoon. Username here. Thank you for becoming a member. I just saw your I just saw your post. That's awesome. I also like your name. Username here is pretty funny. Okay, so last time that we were here, I'm a little bit out of breath because I had to run downstairs and then run back up. Last time that we were here playing Skyrim, we were doing the Dawn Guard, trying to advance through that, and yeah. Eventually our end goal is to get through Dawn Guard and then go on to Mirac. You need to buy a bound weapon. I saw your comment about that, and I was thinking about that. I was like, that's such a good idea. Bound weapon would be such a good idea. Okay, we're gonna talk to him.
I'm quite all right.
Good, big fan of the channel. Congratulations on 10K, by the way. Thank you. Really snuck up on me. I was not expecting that to happen that quickly.
But they wouldn't say what.
Because I feel like just like a month ago or two, I made the 7,000 subscriber update, and then I've been so busy with stuff I haven't had time to make another community post.
You have an Elder Scroll.
But 10,000 is a huge milestone, so
if my knowledge
it's crazy.
Of
but
serves me,
another thing too that I'm trying to keep in mind is that subscribers does not equal views. You know, I've got to, like, I might have 1 million subscribers, but if you upload a video and only 300 people are watching it, you're doing something wrong, right? So I want to make sure that I'm getting stuff out that the 10,000 of you that have decided to stick along for the ride enjoy watching.
Very well. I'll hurry on my way there before more of those vampires turn up.
Okay. That's the noise, by the way. That noise you just heard when I complete a quest, that like, doo-doom. That's the noise that Elder Scrolls Castles ripped off for when you complete a quest in that game. They couldn't even do like a simple sound design to make a new noise for that game. It's crazy, the amount of asset reuse lately. And I didn't even mention in that video too, Fallout 76 is straight up an asset flip of Fallout 4. I mean, Fallout 76, for all of its faults though, it does have a very pretty map design and really cool creatures, but I think everybody kind of knows that about that game. It's not the map or the art style in that game that's the problem. The last stream I joined, I talked about Civil War. Which side do you think is best for Skyrim? Well, personally, I'm more of a Captain America fan in Civil War, but, you know, Iron Man has his... No, I'm kidding. I think that... I think the Imperials would help Skyrim unify a little bit better because they have, you know, more support. Jesus Christ, Serana. They have more support from... High Rock at least, and Cyrodiil, and then you could unify those 3 human races. But I don't know. An independent Skyrim has its claims. I just don't think that right now is the correct time for them to be trying to get independence. There's a lot going on. That is a huge mud crab. I've noticed a huge resurge in Skyrim content this year, so I suspect the algorithm has been kind to those videos. They're getting some love from the algorithm. Yeah. I think that's got to be part of it, at least. Hello there. How's it going? Is it Ilya J? Or I always forget how to do that in Spanish, like Ilya? Ilya J? Welcome to the stream.
Who's there?
I always love when it's just like high elf. Oh yeah, we'll do it. Unrelenting Force is really like top 10 shouts, and it's the first one they give you. Do you think the Empire falls before the next game? I don't know if it would fall before the next game. I would like to see... I'd like to see the downfall of it a little bit more. We've heard a lot about it, but we haven't really seen it up close and personal, in hand. Okay, let's go to the college and let's get that bound sword that Tiago was talking about. I'm opening a Red Bull, not a beer. Starfield died within 6 months, so everyone returned to Skyrim. Yeah, that's probably about it. People forget about Fallout 4 a lot, too. Like, I can't even play Fallout 4 anymore. I just have no willpower to play that game anymore. But it's like, Skyrim was the best thing that they've released in the past 15 years. Unfortunately, I haven't really been able to top it.
I'm working on some very important research, I assure you.
It's neither J nor Spanish J, so just Ilya. Well, I didn't know, not the J, the double L in your name. Because double L's in Spanish are Y's in English, basically.
It's quite valuable.
There he is.
That incident in Mor. So you wish to master the arcane arts?
Oh no, it's all good. I could have been clearer about what I was saying. Not your fault at all. Yeah, I wouldn't mind dipping into some magicka. I haven't really gone magic at all, but bound sword would be better than what we've got going on now. I did buy that, didn't I? Spell tome. We'll favorite that. Every time I try to play Fallout 4, I quit after like 20 minutes and just boot up New Vegas with Tale of Two Wastelands again. I need to play New Vegas fully through with DLC, because that's something I've never done. I've beaten,
and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Oh. I've beaten New Vegas twice, I think, but I've never really played the DLCs. To be honest, Ulfric is not the best option for High King, but I prefer Skyrim Independent and maybe returning to the old ways. I think it's cool. I think the idea of them returning to their old ways is cool. But yeah, I do agree. I don't think Ulfric is a particularly... I don't think he's a particularly good diplomat. Like, if you see him during diplomatic immunity, he is not really in control of himself, it would seem. He's very, like, whiny. He comes across as whiny to me in that whole thing. And you need to have a bit of a poker face, and you need to be able to keep your composure if you're a diplomat, and he's much more of like a true Nord High King, I guess, that would be more of a go-getter, goes out and does exactly what he's thinking about and saying, but that can be dangerous. Playing Fallout 4 right now just because of the gunplay, that and 24 gigs of mods. It's a lot of mods.
I'm impressed you could find a moth priest so quickly.
Okay, what are we talking about?
For the reading?
So you have the scroll.
Yeah. Just let the old man know when you're ready.
Well, I'm ready.
Ah, hello there.
Have you guys seen the meme of him where it's like he'll be reading a horrible comment or something on Reddit, and then he's blind in the next phase, and he's like, "It appears the scroll has made me blind."
Come to this one day. I knew. And
Ah, my rescuer. It's good to see you again. It's not exactly the hospitality I'm used to, but your man Isran has seen to my needs well enough.
My Spanish at university wasn't canceled. I could have known.
This is a
It's interesting that they would cancel your Spanish. Why was it canceled?
Let's find out what secrets the scroll can tell. Now, if everyone will please be quiet.
Empire needs to be united, because if you actually listen to Tullius, he even mentions that the real enemy, the Thalmor, are gearing up for another war. Yeah, I think the problem with that is that a lot of people haven't played the Imperial side of things. I've talked to a lot of people, and
now a voice.
Many people don't actually play Imperial. A lot of people do play Stormcloak. So they've never heard Tullius's perspective, and I think they have like an inaccurate assessment of what the Imperials think. Because like at the end of the day, nobody likes the Thalmor. None of the human races like the Thalmor. But it's hard to come across that way when they give you such a perverted idea of the Empire in the beginning when they try to kill you.
I think there is more to the prophecy recorded in other
I think that Galmar has a great influence, or is a great influence on Ulfric. He really instigates Ulfric to be aggressive. Yeah.
and the other speaks
I
of
do
the
like Galmar
potency of
Stonefist, though. He
ancient
appears to be a
blood.
little bit more level-headed than Ulfric
Vision
in a few
darkens,
senses.
and I see no more. To know the complete
If
prophecy,
Ulfric's actual goal was a free and independent
must
Skyrim
have
instead
the
of a
other
grab
two
for personal
scrolls.
power, he would have asked Torg to
I
declare
must rest
independence
now.
instead of killing him. I
The
partially
reading
agree.
has
I think Ulfric's
made me
motives are
weary.
super
Come
difficult
on,
to
old
pin
man.
down because
You
he's,
should get some rest.
you know, he seems to really believe what he's talking about, but at the same time he causes so many problems for his country because of what he's done.
Do you have a moment to talk? That moth priest.
Do you think we will see the last
He said we
Dragonborn in
needed
Elder
2
Scrolls
other
6?
Elder
I don't
Scrolls.
think so. I would like
I
to
think
see
I
him
know
in
where
some
we
way,
can
shape,
start
or
looking.
form. Or them in some way, shape, or form, but
Half the people in your little crew. That doesn't exact. I got a
They don't
warm
really like to
welcome
do
from
that.
my father, and that's saying something. You know, I've asked myself the
this
same
is like the
thing.
beginning
I
of
hoped that if he saw
Bethesda's
me, he might feel something again.
actual good
But I
companions that
guess
they
I
have in
don't really
Fallout 4
factor
and
in
stuff,
at
like
this
the
point.
the
I don't even
messages that
think
you
he
get up
sees
at the
me as
top
his
that
daughter
say
anymore.
so-and-so
I
liked
just-
that. Serana
I
has
understand
options
that.
like that, they're just hidden. So if you ask her consistently, like about her family or about herself, um, she will give you more dialogue options. Ranger McKay, thank you for subscribing to the member program as a Master Thief. Welcome on board. Much appreciated. I do have a special thing planned for channel members for a 10,000 subscriber special, so welcome aboard. But yeah, Serana has dialogue trees that that you can sort of follow like that. So if you're really shitty to her, she won't have uh,
We need
as
to
much
find
dialogue
my
for you.
mother, Valerica. She'll definitely know where it is, and if we're lucky, she actually has it
I've
herself.
not played Enderall. You don't trust Sabiel's take on it? I think that she's pretty trustworthy. I don't know why she wouldn't be. What's the chance that when Elder Scrolls 6 arrives, the Dragonborn gets stuck in Apocrypha before doing any meaningful help on each side of the Civil War, making the Civil War virtually a stalemate, as far as canon is concerned? I do think that they'll wind up in Apocrypha. I think that's the direction that we're heading. My little side quest idea for Elder Scrolls 6 about them being a boss fight, a lot of people, some people liked, some people didn't. And again, I'm not married to that idea. I just thought that it was a fun way to include the Dragonborn in the game. Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll probably wind up in Apocrypha somehow. Whether they're trapped or whether they've fallen into Hermaeus Mora's plot, that's up for debate.
The last time I saw her, she said that she'd go somewhere safe.
But we got to see the
Somewhere
champion of
that my
Cyrodiil in
father would
Skyrim as
never
Sheogorath.
search.
You think they
Other
wouldn't do
than
the same
that,
for the last
she won't tell
Dragonborn?
me anything.
They haven't done the same for the
the
Nerevarine.
way
They just
she
sent the
said it,
Nerevarine off to
someplace
Akavir.
he would never search.
And
It was cryptic,
the thing
yet
with
she
the
called
champion of
attention to
Cyrodiil
it.
being Sheogorath is that he's not really the champion of Cyrodiil anymore. He's just fully Sheogorath at that point. So it's kind of a
Maybe.
different situation,
What
I
I
would
can't
think.
figure out is, besides,
That's how I
I can't
look at it
imagine a
anyway.
any
He's got that
ideas?
line where he says that he was there for the whole Oblivion crisis, which is true.
They'd be even less-
But
and
he's
since
not
the
really
dawn,
telling you anything
any other
meaningful
ideas?
about him as the
I don't think it had to be anything else.
hero of Kvatch.
Wait, there's all of the ingredients for our potions.
What class am I playing as? I'm
Absolute-
playing as sort of just
I
a
don't
mix
think
of everything.
True. There's an
Ranger
old
McKay, I
escape
had to.
tunnel
Your
from the
videos are
castle
amazing and so
exits
down to
there.
earth, man. Keep
I
up the
think
great
that's our
work.
way
Thank
in.
you. Always means a lot when I see somebody becomes a member because it tells me that I'm actually doing something right.
It's around the side of the castle. Let's move.
Yeah, so the class that I'm playing... Oh, nice. This is a great idle animation here. Let me just turn my HUD off real quick. It's a good screenshot if anyone wants it. I want it. I'm going to screenshot it.
Yes? What did you need?
Okay. Let's turn that back on. Highly recommend Enderall. Yeah, I've had it recommended.
What
My
did you
friend's
need?
girlfriend actually was talking about Enderall, I believe. So I think I had it on my Steam wish list. I'll have to double check. I've got a lot of stuff on there though. If we see the last Dragonborn in Test 6, is he imprisoned in Apocrypha? Could be. Definitely could be. I think he'll be in Apocrypha. That'll be the excuse. But I don't think that'll be widespread knowledge. And that was another thing. That was why I said that Serana would be the link to that quest, because she's the only person that could potentially be alive who would know where the Dragonborn is, I think. Depends on how long after Elder Scrolls V that 6 takes place, but I would like to see some legacy characters still involved. Hey, conjuration increased to 20. I forgot that when you hit stuff with a bound weapon, it levels up your conjuration. I have a feeling the Civil War is going to end in a peace treaty. That would be kind of disappointing, but also, I mean, at least it would be settled, I guess. Sheogorath still has some Hero of Kvatch in him. I mean, I didn't really get that impression when I played that quest. I know that he has that one reference, but other than that, I didn't really see how he was still the Hero of Kvatch. Are you going to do more Elden Ring videos in the future? Yes, I do want to do more Elden Ring videos. I just want to wait until I have something that I can actually contribute. I don't like releasing videos that I'm not proud of. And so I don't want to release like an Elden Ring video for you guys that's like, here's the lore on Midra, when Vati Vidya has a great lore video on Midra already, and so do a handful of other content creators. So like, I don't want to just be another voice in that zeitgeist that's just repeating the same things to you guys. I want to actually contribute something to the Elden Ring community like I did with the Prisoner Theory video. It's when you cast bound weapon? Oh, yeah, is it one of those situations where you gotta be in combat for it? That's right. Big chance the last Dragonborn turns into a Seeker. That would be fun story-wise. Oh, absolutely. This is a tanky-ass skeleton. Holy shit. Do you think that means the Dragonborn canon isn't vampire? I don't think they're a vampire, canonically. I think that the vampire storyline is far less interesting than the Dawnguard, though both of them are not particularly that great. If we're being totally real with ourselves, like, Dawnguard should have far more role-playing in it than it actually does, because both sides wind up with you killing Harkon. So I think that, like, just from a we're gonna kill the vampire and his daughter's gonna turn on him point of view, it doesn't really fit with me all that thematically that we would join the vampires and then turn on them because of Serana. I think there should be an option to side with Harkon if you're a vampire. Enderal is free on Steam if you own Skyrim? Oh, really? Interesting. Dareloth, what do you think the timeline-wise Elder Scrolls 6 will be? I don't think it will be too much of a time skip, as there are a lot. Yeah, so there's a common misconception with Elder Scrolls that they all have massive time skips, when really Elder Scrolls 5 is the only one that's done that huge time skip before. Elder Scrolls Arena, I forget when that game takes place exactly, but I want to say it's like, it's within a 30-year time range that Daggerfall takes place, because for the first 4 Elder Scrolls games, Uriel Septim VII was the Emperor for all of them. So, yeah, there's this misconception that every game takes place in a vastly different amount of time. Morrowind is like 6 years before Oblivion. It's really not that big. So I think that they're happy with the 4th era lore, and if they did another massive time skip, they would have to write so much more lore to fill in that time gap. And they didn't really even fill in a lot of the 4th era stuff anyway. Like, look up anything from 4th era, like, post 4th era 68. I don't think there's that much lore in between that and, like, 4th era, 100. You've got the disappearance of the moons. But, yeah, there's like pieces of lore here and there, but it's not very fleshed out in a lot of spaces. So I think that, to answer your question, I think that Elder Scrolls 6 will be at some point, like within 10 years of Skyrim. Hints leading to a second Great War, there's a lot happening in Skyrim that needs to be addressed. Exactly. So I don't think they do a big time skip. I think 60 to 100 years? I don't think so. I think that would be way too long. Okay, what is going on? I really need to get to Dawnguard so I can reallocate some of my perk points. Because we've got so many in Pickpocket, but we switched our build up. Okay, let's just put on heal. Hope you're having a great day. I hope you are having a great day as well. I'm gonna run away. Wish there was more of a separation between Dawnguard and Volkihar. Me too. They're not very distinct. There's one quest that's different between the two of them. Like a few different dialogue options, but other than that, it's really nothing. You're gonna have a hard time doing this, aren't we? Oh my god. Sorry guys, my menuing is so bad because I play on console most of the time, so vanilla combat with 4 puke emojis and 3 sick emojis. Sorry, man. I do enjoy me some vanilla Skyrim. As far as mod story quests are concerned, what are your personal faves? Mine would be Worm's Tooth and the Forgotten City. The Forgotten City is peak. Forgotten City is great. That was one of the few mods that I got to experience on console, actually. And I played, if you guys haven't played the actual Forgotten City game that the developers made, it's so good. One of my favorite games. Okay, I do need to switch to the mace because I ran out of my... God damn it, dude. I ran out of my, bound. See if we can just kill this vampire. Quick! Cool. I suspect less than 10 years between 5 and 6. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna take a moment and try to answer some chats. Okay. I'd like to think the protagonist of Morrowind ends up starting a family in Akavir. It would be nice for them. Also, can I just say, I appreciate that you're still playing fully vanilla in 2024. I was vanilla only for like 8 years before I got lured in by the Siren Call of mods. Well, I didn't grow up with mods, and I just, like... I don't believe this anymore, but for a long time I had this opinion of, if you play Skyrim with mods, you're not a true fan. Because my mindset was like, this is the game that Bethesda made, and then, you know, you're changing it, and then you're like, well, I like this version. But that's not the version that the company made, you know? Like, I feel like if I drew a picture, and then someone was like, they added a bunch of more shit to it, and then they were like, oh, dude, I love your picture. I'd be like, that's not my picture anymore. You fucked with it. You made it yours, in a sense. So, but I think Bethesda leans into that. Like, they like that people mod their games. So, I have no problem with you if you use mods, but that's kind of like what my old opinion used to be. What did you need? So for a long time I didn't mod anything, and now I'm so used to this version of the game. I don't even play on the Anniversary Edition because I don't like the shit that it added. Like, I like Skyrim the way that I remember Skyrim. I just watched your Dragonborn video, and holy shit, it was good. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. That video took a lot out of me to make. Honestly, it was quite a process. Because I had to look up so much esoteric lore. It was like the Mankar Cameron video in a lot of ways.
Who's there?
I think Test 6 needs to be after Ulfric's death, one way or another. After Ulfric's death is an interesting take. It's so funny that after getting rid of the Tribunal 6 years later, Morrowind gets invaded and Red Mountain happens. Yeah, well, they had that protective sort of barrier going on with the Tribunal, and then that's lifted, and it's like, well, fuck these guys. Ties into Skyrim's main problem with player choice being somewhat secondary. Yeah, there's like no player choice in this game, unfortunately.
Who's there?
Which is something that I hope they fix in future titles. Really hope Elder Scrolls 6 fills in the gaps. It needs to. There's so many gaps that need to be filled. And that's the thing too with these fucking mobile games, guys. Like, so I felt so betrayed by Elder Scrolls Blades, honestly. I think that's one of the reasons I have so much hate for that game. Is I heard, okay, Elder Scrolls game where you're playing as a member of the Blades, and it takes place, you know, in the 4th era. I'm like, holy shit, we're getting a game post-Skyrim. That's incredible. we're gonna finally get some new lore. We're gonna see like maybe the blades are reforming, and then you get into blades and it's like it's just a gotcha game basically. It's pathetic. It's like they could be writing new lore and stuff, but they're not. And then all the ESO stuff too is like it's new lore technically, but it's not advancing anything. Like there's no plot line getting furthered by ESO. It's just adding additional shit to the past games. I love vanilla, but I have like 5,000 hours in vanilla alone, so you can't enjoy it anymore. That's understandable. Cool to see you live. Love the videos. Thank you. I'd like to think that if you had videos, I would love them too. I think one of Bethesda's blunders for Skyrim is the lack of visual features for various vampires besides Valkahar vampires. Not everyone has the same strains. Yeah, they really... I mean, Bethesda will take the short path. Like they'll shortcut anything they can. Is what I've realized about them over the years. Is, you know, if there's an easy way to do something, that's the way Bethesda's going to choose to do it. And it's unfortunate, but that's the world we live in.
You've made it to the courtyard.
Most of my mods are goofy shit like adding fast food in a nightclub. Don't mod to change combat difficulty or stuff like that. That's fair. I personally think they should add more Adric quests than Daedric quests. I want to explore Adric realms as well, not just Daedric ones. Yeah, the lack of Adra is really
It's like we're the first to set
strange. I don't know why they've been doing that, but maybe if they do integrate like the towers theory somehow, we could have some elaboration on that. Thoughts on an immersive diabetes mod where you have to manage your blood sugar with insulin potions if you eat too many sweet rolls? I think that's great. My grandpa had diabetes, so I could finally roleplay as him.
This was my mother's garden.
Honestly, the Altmer has legitimate reasons to hate the Empire and Talos. Bethesda decided to make the Thalmor an allegory for Nazis, which I find to be lazy and distasteful. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense the way that they set it up, but it's also like, it is disappointing. I totally agree with you. I think that we could have a much more nuanced discussion about the races of Elder Scrolls. Okay, where's this last thing? I gotta take a second look away from chat. I'm sorry if I missed your message. I try to read all of them, but we got so many people in today. We got 36 people in here? Holy shit, guys. That's crazy. Okay,
Mother's trying to tell us something.
yes, Mother's trying to tell us something. You got it. Place this here. Place this here. We got one more we need to find. I grabbed the one from here. I grabbed the one from the cemetery area. What's the last one? Is it up here? Yep, there we go. Brain rot. Elder Scrolls brain rot. Put it there. There we go. Okay, let me go back to comments really quick. I really hope they expand character creation, like character backgrounds, or maybe something like subrace. They should just take a note out of Baldur's Gate 3's book, and just, I mean, out of D&D's book in general, and just make backgrounds a little bit more fleshed out. Castles looks not good. Hello, by the way. Castles is not good. I will say that much, yeah. Biggest gripe with Skyrim is that I can't back out of the deal with Nocturnal once I know the terms, and I can't even protest them, however weakly. Yeah, because you're not really a character in Skyrim, you're more a vessel for the player. You can't really make decisions in this game. Okay, we kind of addressed some of these. I'm going to go through. Do you think Talos mantles Lorcan? I haven't really ever thought about that, to be honest with you, but as like a Shezarene, you mean? I know that a lot of people think that Talos was a Shezarene. I myself included believe he was a Shezarene of some sort. So that's possible.
Very clever, Mother.
Opinion is Bethesda should
I've never
hire
been in
avid
those
fans
tunnels before, but
to
I
work as
bet they
writers.
run
I think
right
fans
under
do
the
write
courtyard and into the
good
tower.
shit for the Elder Scrolls most
Well,
of
at
the
least
time.
we're getting closer. Let's go.
Also, I think here's when you
Yes.
can talk to, yeah, you can talk to Serana about her family.
There's
So,
not a whole lot to tell.
not a whole lot to tell.
You've already seen my father's obsession. My mother's not a whole lot better, but you'll see that soon enough.
Doing the stanky leg.
My father... No, not really. I did spend a lot of time with my mother, but she saw me more like a protege than a daughter. What about you? What were your parents like?
How do you think the Forsworn quest will end in canon? Genuinely, I don't think they're ever going to address that quest. I don't think they'll address it, but... Oh, here's the thing. I mentioned this in one of my videos, the Dragonborn video. So you can talk to Serana here about your family, but you don't have the option to tell her anything about them being Dovahkiin or Dragonborns. And something that we talk about a lot on the channel is that an absence of evidence is not evidence of an absence. So just because it's not here doesn't mean that your parents weren't Dovahkiin, or doesn't mean that you can't headcanon that, but it is kind of a good example of how there's no evidence for your Dovahkiin being a hereditary Dragonborn. It seems more likely that they were gifted with the dragon's blood by Akatosh themselves directly. I'm going to say we didn't get along with our parents.
That's too bad. Do you know
Getting
how they're
crazy
doing
deja
now?
vu because I did this quest 2 days ago. Oh, really?
Oh,
I would agree with the
So
Stormcloaks if they weren't
let's just
racist.
keep going.
Yeah, there's this opinion that I see people saying a lot that every Elder Scrolls, like, people are like, oh, well, it doesn't matter if the Nords are racist, everyone's racist in the Elder Scrolls. Yes, but no. Everyone has a gripe of some sort, kind of, but to say that everyone is racist is broadly oversimplifying things. Because, I mean, there are, like, someone pointed out a few days ago, it's kind of weird to talk about racism in a fictional world, because unlike real life, where it's like, you know, your skin color or your phenotype has nothing to do with how you are as a person or anything like that, but in Elder Scrolls kind of sense, the elves do have a direct physical difference, right? They do have traits of their race that do kind of make them superior in a few ways, like with magic, for instance, whereas the races of men don't have that. So it's a weird debate to have at the end of the day, but like the Empire of Cyrodiil in the Third Era, I don't think they're racist. There's a High Elf that owns a shop in the Imperial City. There's a Bosmer that owns a shop in the Imperial City. There are plenty of instances in Cyrodiil of the Imperials not really giving a shit about, you know, elves that have been living in the Imperial City. It doesn't really matter to them, it seems. I don't know. I don't really see them as racist, and a lot of the Nord cities in Skyrim even have a diverse population. It's majority Nord, but it's not like they hate people of other races or something. You know, they'll let people live, but then you go into Windhelm and it's like, oh shit, they're not letting people in the city? What? they're making the Argonians freeze out on the docks? That's not okay. So it's varying degrees of racism that's the problem. And I don't think lumping everything into one camp, like, oh, everyone's racist, that doesn't excuse the behaviors in Windhelm, I don't think. The only races I know that aren't are Imperials, Orcs, and Khajiit. Orcs are pretty chill. Orcs are chill with just about everything as far as and I hate whataboutism. Yeah. Not my favorite. One of the lore videos on Skyrim I think about a lot is Camelwork's video on the Augur of Dunlane. What are your thoughts on him? I've seen that video. It's been a while since I've seen it. But I think the Augur of Dunlane is a very fascinating figure, and not a whole lot of lore on him. I'd honestly have to go talk with the guy. We can do College of Winterhold at some point in this playthrough. I'd like to do everything in this playthrough if I can. I don't know if you guys have noticed, I'm trying to kind of get this character to be a jack of all trades. I mean, even Windhelm has several elf citizens. Yeah, it does, for sure. But that's the thing, too. Like, when you say everyone's racist in the Elder Scrolls, it's like, they kind of are, but, you know, everyone gets along to an extent. It's more like, especially in ESO, which, again, is made by ZeniMax, not Bethesda, but the racism is almost more like, I hate to say, like, playful in that game, but it'll be like the way that it is in Lord of the Rings, right, with Gimli and Legolas. Sort of like that type of banter between people. Or like when Tullius is like, you Nords and your damn traditions. It's not like he hates Nords or anything, it's just like he's saying kind of a slightly insensitive comment, but he's not like having a gripe with them or anything. At least that's not how I look at it. Okay, hold on, I missed a member comment. After playing through the Imperial side, I cannot in good faith side with the Stormcloaks unless I'm role-playing a Stormcloak. Yeah, and role-playing for me, even in Skyrim, is like, it's so tough at this point. I don't really... There's so little role-play potential. Racism between elves and men is... Where did that comment go? I was just reading it. Racism is the core of the Elder Scrolls. Without it, the story wouldn't work. Yes, the general divide between men and elves, I agree, is the one of the center points of this series. But I don't think they broadly, on an individual level, most people I think don't really give a shit. Like, you know, it's like in our world, like racism is a serious problem. But I think most people day to day that you run into are not racist. You know, it's kind of the same thing.
We're getting close.
I just played through Dawnguard again, and it really struck me how many times you get asked questions that you were only given 1 or 2 dialogue choices for. Yes, thank you, Ophelia. That is 100% how I feel about this DLC. I think Dawnguard has aged, honestly, pretty poorly when compared to the other Elder Scrolls DLCs. Because there really is like no choice here, and I think the fact that it's an illusion of choice makes it kind of worse, because like the Shivering Isles is not trying to pretend like it has choices for you. You know, like Dawnguard is pretending like side with the vampires or the Dawnguard. It's not really a choice here. The only choice is what house you want to live in, basically. You want to live at Castle Volkihar or Castle Dawnguard? Go Magicka. I thought the reason the Argonians weren't allowed in Windhelm was because the Argonian invasion of Resdayn. Honestly, that may be true. I may have forgotten that, but... I don't know. It's still kind of a suspect reason to not let people into your city. Because if a Dark Elf really wanted to go get revenge on an Argonian, they could just go down to the docks and stab them. Like, just murder them, come back. It's not really solving anything. Stormcloaks are not really that racist. Nord's culture is about merit, and majority of Dunmer don't work. They still have houses. Argonians are less capable workers. See, but what do you mean by less capable workers? Because that comes off as a little sus to me. I don't know how they're less capable than anyone else. I would agree that broadly Nords aren't racist, but I think that like there's been a radicalization since the Great War. Tullius has a typical Imperial, like any Empire not Tess, attitude to provincials. That's fair.
Where'd you put that?
Argonians have no past tense. Yes, I love that about them. I think that's so cool. They just constantly live in the present. Argonians are lazy and always high on skooma. See? My people getting a bad rep. There's also weird stuff in Dawnguard where no matter which side you pick, you inevitably have weird little lines that feel like they kind of belong on the other side. Yeah, I think that's because the story was tailor-made for the Dawnguard to win. So they just wrote it, and then they're like, just change a few of the lines. It'll be whatever. Nords are pretty willing to adopt Imperial ways until they cut off Talos. Well, the Nords helped found the current Empire, too. Like, they were a foundational pillar of Tiber Septim's Empire. Which is why it's always strange to me that people say that they're being oppressed by the Empire. It's like, they've kind of founded it. We're a founding member of it. Their employers said they are around 1/10 weaker than the average Nord. Okay, I don't know where this is like coming from, but it's coming across kind of weird, guys. I feel like the Empire is dying, which is why, unless I'm role-playing, I don't choose them. They definitely are dying. They need help. where's Serana, dude? What is she doing? Do you think that the last Dragonborn is Shore? Evidence for this is that we can sit on his throne. 3 heroes say that only Shore can allow them to lead. Well, I don't think it's proof that he's Shore, but it's you're an incarnation of Shore. You're a Shezarene. Oh shit! Okay, I see what her problem is. Yeah, you're a Shezarene, which is an aspect of Shore. You're basically like embodying Shore and walking Oblivion as, or walking Mundus as Shore. Pelennor Whitestrake is a Shezarene, so was Tiber Septim, and so was Wolfheart. What type of elf am I playing as? I'm playing as a Bosmer right now. Because we started off as a sneaky assassin type character. She's gonna get one shot.
Oh no.
Yep, there she goes. It's confirmed the last Dragonborn is Shezar. Well, you have a lot of features that combine for that, so the fact that you're given the title of Ysmir is really indicative that you are a Shezarene. The fact that you can sit on the throne in the Hall of Valor is another thing that's pretty indicative. There's one quest, we could go do it in a little bit. It's at the, I forget what the shack is called, but you're at like a little hut, and this guy comes out and calls you, I think he calls you Hjalti or something, like he's thinking that you're Tiber. Essentially making it so that way you're tied closer to Tiber Septim. And all 3 of these characters have this Shezarene title. Yeah, Hjalti. I wonder which of the guild quest lines will be canon, besides Apocrypha. I mean, Hero of Kvatch is implied to be the listener based on Sheo's dialogue on Skyrim. Yeah, my take on... I think I mentioned this in one of the live streams, but my take on that is that
Kind of secret passage around
it's very hard to tell
Leave it to my mother.
what the guild quest lines, like what guild quest lines are canon and what aren't. Because none of it really ever gets like directly stated, and it's also very hard to tell if the last Dragonborn is the one who's supposed to have done all of this stuff, or not even the last Dragonborn, but just like in general, it's hard to tell if the player characters were the ones that were supposed to have, you know, completed all of these faction quests at the same time. Yes, it's old for old at the end. Thank you. Peace. But yeah, so...
Look at this place. This has to be it.
I
knew she was
got
deep
off
in
track.
necromancy. I mean,
Oh
she
yeah,
was
it's
necromancy,
tough to say if...
But I had no idea she had a setup like this.
God, I keep like listening to Serana and zoning out. It's tough to say if the player character is the one who did all the guild quest lines, because in my opinion, having like the Hero of Kvatch be the Archmage of the Mages Guild, the head of the Fighters Guild, the Grey Fox, and the Listener, and the Champion of Cyrodiil, and the you know, Grand Master of the Arena or whatever, and you know, you get my point. I don't think that that it should be that the last Dragonborn or whatever player character was the one who did all of these things. I think they should make it so that way main story's canon, both DLCs are canon, canonically like done by the player character, and then everything else is maybe got finished but by someone else. Drop that. There we go. College of Winterhold is canon
Let's
to the
take a
last
look
Dragonborn,
around.
as ESO
There
lore
has to be
added that
something
Mordecai
here
can
that
only be
tells us
defeated
where she's
by
gone.
another Dova's voice. Interesting. That's cool.
You found her journal. Let
Does
me
that
take a look at it.
confirm that Mordecai was a Dragonborn then? If it's saying another
I
Doba,
only know what she told me.
feels
She
like it's
had a
implying that
theory
he's a
about soul
Dragonborn too.
gems, that the souls inside of them don't just vanish when they're used. They end up in the soul
I feel like
cairn.
it'd be justified to not want to know any traditional
The
Bosmer.
soul cairn
The
is
pure
home to
meat
very
diet definitely
powerful
makes them
beings.
stinky, plus they
Necromancers
can't
send them
use any
souls and
vegetation
receive
as
powers
cologne.
of their
See,
own in
yeah,
return.
I don't know about that.
My mother spent a lot of time trying to contact them
I
directly.
don't know about calling an
to
entire
travel
race
to
of
the soul
people
cairn itself.
stinky and, I
That
guess just calling
circle in
them
the center
stinky
of the room is
based on their,
definitely some type of
culture is,
portal. If I'm reading this
you
right,
know.
there's a formula here that should
You
get
know
a
what I'm
safe
saying.
passage into the soul cairn. A handful of soul gem shards, some finely ground bone meal, a good bit of purified void salts. Oh, damn it.
Dark Brotherhood quest is set up to work whether or not you destroy the Dark
We're
Brotherhood.
also going
You
to
kill
need a
them, it's
sample
before
of their
Cicero and the
blood,
Night Mother
which,
arrive, so
if we
they
could
can
get
still
that,
choose a new
we wouldn't
listener,
even be
etc.
trying to do this
Yeah, I
in
think
first
the
place.
Skyrim Sanctuary is the last one though, right?
Not bad. We'd better hope that's good enough. Mistakes with these kind of portals can be...
I think if Dunmer and
gruesome.
Argonian don't have a rivalry,
Anyway,
why
enough of that.
the Dunmer
Let's get started.
that are harassed are drugging their Argonian employees?
Oh, good. Well then.
This is like some
Let's head over to the
shit I've
portal
never
vessel
heard
and
before.
undo
This
the
is like
rest.
some next level stuff I'm hearing today. The another there was my own mistake, just meant Adoba's
Get the
voice. Okay,
ingredients in that
gotcha.
vessel and let me know when you're ready.
If Bethesda had to add one feature to Test 6 to your specifications, what would it be? Oh, good question.
Well, the rest is up to me. Are you
One
ready to go?
feature. You know,
I'm
okay,
not
so as a
entirely
kid,
sure what this
I had
thing's
this,
going to do when
this,
I have my blood.
like, you know, when you're a kid, your imagination is, like, so much more expanded than it is as an adult. And,
Well, the rest is up to me.
and
Are you
you know,
ready
you
to go?
believe that so much more stuff is possible. Like, when I heard that the Hearthfire DLC was coming out, I really thought that we were going to be able to design our own houses in a similar way to what they did in Fallout 4. I thought we were going to have full control over where stuff went. And then I had this idea too for armor that they could do, where we would get to design our own armor at a blacksmith forge. I would love that feature to come back. Like, you could, or not come back, but to exist at all. Like, imagine custom designing Dawnguard armor or something. Like, you could scratch off the logo or something. Like, give your armor some personality and some history. Be able to name your cuirass or something like that, or name your shield outside of enchanting it. Just have like a really solid weapon and do that. So I think more customizability like that would be cool.
Then the rest
And
is up
also,
to me.
I'm going to give you guys a
Are you ready
secret
to
here
go?
too.
I'm not
Bethesda has
entirely
added
sure
all
what
this
thing is going
stuff.
to do when
Like,
I add my blood.
they've added the building mechanics because it just lets the player make the content for themselves. That way they have to do less, right? They give you a big empty plot in Fallout 4, and then they say, okay, you build the city now. We're done. It's like, what? How are we letting them get away with that? And they did the same thing in 76. They did the same thing in Starfield. It allows them to not have to design as much and just create a sandbox for people to play in, because they also know people are just going to mod it anyway. So I think we've like
Then the
set a
rest is
really
up to me.
bad pattern with
Are you
them,
ready
and
to
that
go?
may be why
I'm not
we've got some
entirely sure what this
some
thing is going
problems
to
with
do
Bethesda.
When I add my blood. Of course. What is it?
What's
I've
your
been asking
headcanon on the
myself same
physicalities
thing
of the
since we came
Seski?
back to the
Gorgon-like
castle.
snake people,
She was so
humans,
sure of
humans
what we
with
did to my
snake-like
father.
faces. I've always thought of
I
them as
couldn't
those
help but
guys
go
like in
along
Sen's
with her.
Fortress from
I never thought
Dark
of the
Souls 1.
cost.
Maybe not as goofy looking though.
Possibly. I guess even a vampire mother is still a mother.
It just works.
She worried
Yep.
about me. About all of us.
If I may ask,
But she wanted
Serana
to
was
get me as
imprisoned
far
for
away
thousands
from
of
my
years.
father
Why
as
wasn't
possible
she
before
screaming
he
for
really
blood like a
went over
Blood
the edge.
Angel's red thirst taken over? And yes, I like to make Warhammer 40k references. Unfortunately, I've never played Warhammer
Yes.
40k, so I
Are we
don't get the
ready then?
reference, but I appreciate it
All
nonetheless.
right.
Yeah,
Here
no,
goes.
it's something that Bethesda just didn't think about. She probably should have been crazily thinking about that. But then you will get someone on Copium who says that that Serana was, you know, in that specific device that was siphoning blood to her. Yeah, there we go. She drank the blood of the Elder Scroll. Smart. I feel like there are secret Dark Brotherhood sanctuaries in the deserts of Hammerfell. The Dominion didn't take over Hammerfell, and it's very easy to hide in the desert.
Now that I
That could be
think
cool.
about it,
I do
it's
kind
hard
of
to
like the Dark
describe.
Brotherhood
The
falling though,
soul cairn
because
There might.
it makes way for a new
Vampires aren't
organization to
counted among the
take
living.
over. That's
Not your
like,
first
I would
choice,
like a
I
legit
guess.
organization, sort of like the Morag Tong,
Maybe.
but
We
divorced
could
from
just
Daedra
pay the
worship.
toll
So you
another
just
way.
like they're
It wants a
just
soul,
a
so my mother taught me a trick or two.
an assassin's guild that you
It
can
would
join.
make you a bit weaker.
It's not like
I'm
a
just
crazy
know
cult,
that
you know?
I know
think
that
that'd be
better
fun.
than anybody.
Finally, I could remove all those pauldrons. I love the pauldrons on this armor, honestly. I do like big pauldrons.
Have you made up your mind?
I like this option. I don't see another way. I'll become a vampire. Or soul trap me. It won't feel right as a vampire. Like, him saying I don't see another way, but then you do have another way with the soul trapping. It's just not great
Are you
writing.
sure? You'll remain mortal, but you'll find yourself weakened within the soul. I know this is difficult for you. I'd never do anything that could hurt you. Let's not wait. I promise to make this as painless as possible. Hold still.
So Brotherhood, like how Astrid envisioned it? Kind of, yeah. Alright, let's go. I believe you can get Dragonborn, or Dragonbone weapons from these guys down here. Is Serana from the Second Empire, First Era? She's from the Merethic era. She doesn't even know what the Empire of Cyrodiil is. She's old as shit, dude. If you talk to her about the Empire, she's like, Empire of Cyrodiil? Like, she's pre-Alessian. She's old, old, old. I think. Doesn't she say that? Or am I on crack? Am I on skooma?
Where'd you come from?
I like you can get soul gems from these guys. Yeah, someone fact check me on that if I'm wrong. I hardly talk to the NPCs these days when I play.
You must help me find my
Oh
Arvak.
yeah, we gotta go find Arvak, of course.
Arvak, please, he's such a loyal creature. Arvak! Arvak! Where are you? Arvak, please come back!
Serana now has a part of a dragon soul. Not even you can trap dragon souls. Never heard that before. Is Sithis a Daedra, though? I mean, there are similarities, but I thought he was something like an old god or something like that. Yeah, you could think of him as sort of like a primordial deity. He's not really like... Sithis in a lot of interpretations is not actually like a deity. It's more he is the void. Like, Sithis is the embodiment of the void. And his soul... Sithis is Padme. And so Padme produced Lorcan, and Lorcan is the spirit of change, which comes from the void, essentially. So Sithis himself is not a god in the way that you would traditionally think of them, but he's more the father of the gods. Because it's from the blood of Padme, the blood of Sithis, that the Daedra are created from. Okay, I'm trying to go here. Put on that Arvak quest. I always forget where he is. I think he's before this wall, right? I don't know. I get lost in the Soul Cairn so easily. She did say that? Okay. It always struck me as weird people thought Serana was from the Second Era, even though she had no idea about a Cyrodiil Empire. People also think that Elder Scrolls 2 takes place in the Second Era because it's called Elder Scrolls 2. So people are going to get confused about stuff, but yeah, there was like a Game Rant article I remember seeing a long time ago, and it was like, Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall obviously takes place in the Second Era. Just completely wrong. She is a pure-blood vampire. She doesn't require LeMay to exist in order to become a vampire. Well, I think that just the entire existence of vampires came in with LeMay Valfang, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Sithis is like gravity, while Lorcan is like the god of gravity. That's a great way to put it. Donde está Arvak? Is this Soul Karen? Yes, this is the Soul Karen. It's also kind of crazy though, she barely talks about, like, the Empire, or not the Empire, but like the days before the Empire of Cyrodiil. Most of the time she just complains about the sun. It's a little disappointing. Know when LeMay was, though. I know we see them in ESO, but they have to be very old. I mean, I'd assume she's Merethic era. If she's around as old as Serana is purported to be. I did the Reaper fight in the Soul Karen for the first time this playthrough, and I was so disappointed. All you get is a few soul gems. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that for people who haven't seen it, but it's it's such a stupid boss fight. It's not worth anyone's time. Probably wasn't well informed besides what she was told. Yeah, that's true. There are some mods which improve the Reaper fight by leagues. I believe it.
Mother?
Let's see. I wanted to get something. I guess we'll do heavy armor. I feel like I'm super low on health all the time.
Mother!
Can't be. Serana?
Is it really you?
Serana, what are you doing
Dunmer
here?
do help the city,
Where's your
though?
father?
Oh, we're still on this
He doesn't
Dunmer
work
don't
here.
work in
I
Windhelm
don't
thing.
have to
I must have failed. Harkon's found a way to decipher the
Yeah, the
prophecy,
Dunmer
hasn't
live
he?
in a slum.
No, you got it all wrong.
They
We're here
dump
to
trash
save you, to
down.
make
You can
everything
talk to
right.
people
Wait,
in the city about that. They don't send
brought a
guards to
stranger
patrol
here.
it.
Have you
It's
lost your
not fair
mind?
to blame citizens of a city who are disenfranchising them.
Come forward.
It's like
I would speak
blaming
with you.
people in
So how has it come
Jim
to
Crow
it
America, like
pains me to
blaming
think you
African
traveled
Americans
with
in Jim
Serana
Crow
under
United
the
States
guise
for
of a
not working.
protector in an effort to hunt me down. Coming from one who murders vampires as a trade, I find it hard to believe your intentions are noble. Serana has sacrificed everything. You think the scrolls are merely... When I fled, the second scroll, like my tradition, we call such confluences the Daughters of... It's what some call the... It was being
What is the
selected
lore
as
on
an
Arche?
offering to
Arche
Moloch.
is
Now
the
you're beginning to see why.
Adric
If
deity in
in
charge
his eyes,
of
and how
death,
exactly
sort
do
of
you
the cycle
plan on
of life and
stopping
death.
it? If you believe that, you can... Whether or not
When
you're
Minimarco's
here
moon
because
comes
we're
out, he
abominations
eclipses
in your
Arche,
mind. Serana,
so as to allow
this
necromancy to be
aligns
possible
himself with those that would hunt
for
you
people
down
who aren't as
and
trained in
slay
it.
you like an animal. Yet I should entrust you to him.
This stranger has
By the way,
done
the
more for me
1/10
in the
Argonian
time
comment
I've
is from a
known you than
plainly
you've done
bigoted
in
Nord who
centuries.
underpays them, not exactly an objective source.
Dare you.
Yeah, you have to
I gave up
fact
everything
check
I
where you're
cared
getting
about
your
to
stuff from.
protect
I've never
you
heard
from
that
fanatic you call a
1/10
father.
thing before, but
Yes,
you can't
he's a
take that at
fanatic.
face value.
He's changed.
So
He's
how
my
would the
father. Why can't you
government
understand
be
how that makes me
classified in the
feel?
Imperial Council? A monarchy or an
If you
oligarchy?
only open your
How would
eyes, the moment
how would
your
which
father
government be?
discovers your
Like the
role in
Imperial
prophecy,
Council?
that he needs your blood,
I
you'll be in
I mean they're an
terrible
empire,
danger.
So
but
to protect me,
the
you
actual
decided to shut
government
me away
system,
from
because they
everything I
do
cared
sort of
about.
have like the way that I've
You
always
never
seen
asked
the
me
Imperial
if
Council
I
is
knew
sort
that
of like
Jane was the best course of action. You just expected me to follow you blindly.
sort of like the Senate
Both of you were
in a
obsessed
way,
with your
so
own paths.
I don't
Your
know.
motivations
But they're
might
not
be
elected,
different,
are
but
they?
in the end,
Like on the Elder
still just
Council,
a
they're not
pawn to
elected.
you two. I want us to be a family again. But I don't know if we can ever have that.
I don't think the Dunmer treatment
Maybe
is
we
fair.
don't
Just if
deserve
they
that
helped
kind of
more, maybe they would
happiness.
have a better situation.
Maybe
But
it's
they
a
don't
fault.
have a situation wherein
We
they
have
can
to
help.
stop him.
They're not
Before he
allowed out of
goes
the
too
Great
far.
Quarter,
And
is
to
the
do
thing.
that, we need the Elder Scroll.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
The Nords don't let them work though,
didn't
but a
realize-
Dunmer owns a farm and
I
they
didn't
buy
see. I've
and trade
allowed
goods
my
there. Yeah,
hatred of
that's
your father
outside of
to
the city though.
estrange us for too long.
And it's an essential source. Like when
If you
when
want the
times get
Elder
rough,
Scroll,
people will take
it's
essential
yours.
sources from anywhere.
Your intentions are still somewhat unclear, but for Serana's sake, yes. Fortunately, you're
Is
in a
Arcane
position to
mortal
breach the barrier
Aldmer, or is that
surrounds these ruins. You need
hearsay
to look
or
at
heresy?
their
I don't
bases.
know.
Destroy
I don't
the
know about that.
keepers. One
I know
more-
there's a lot of
the
cultural
ideal
differences
masters
between the
have charged
gods,
him with
but I've never
overseeing
heard
the
that one before.
keepers, and will undoubtedly intervene if you're
Okay, I need to go get
perceived as
Arvac. I don't know where this horse is.
Be careful, and keep my daughters.
I want to say he's back towards this way. Wasn't Arcane once a man though, or am I not recalling correctly? Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Wrong way. Which way is he? Is he over here? Or left? Okay, thank you. Arcane is believed in Breton and Altmer society to have once been mortal. Yes, Xerxes, that's right. Altmer call him Xerxes. Imperials think he was always a god. Okay. Makes sense. Arcane as an Atmoran deity is named Orki. Yeah, Orki's like a totally different god though. He's like god of the orcs as well. Which is where the name Orki comes from. I wish the Skyrim map was a little bit better. The local map, because I can't tell anything that's going on in this thing. One of the problems with the Dunmer is that they don't help the Stormcloaks in any way. If they were willing to fight for Skyrim, things would change somewhat. But why would they want to fight for Skyrim? Like, what have the Nords done for them lately that would make them want to fight for them? Like, you gotta rally people in some way. You gotta give them something to fight for. And granted, it has been 200 years since the Red Year happened, but still, it's like, I don't know.
Where'd you come from?
Civil War is not their war. Yeah, exactly. Dude, Civil War, like, why would they fight in the Civil War? They don't have a stake in that. Yeah, and even if you look at, like, I hear this argument a lot too that the Dunmer are racist on Vardenfell. I don't really think the Dunmer are racist on Vardenfell. They're a bit rude, but once you prove yourself to them, they're pretty much totally fine with you. And I mean, they had a contract worked out with the Empire, but like, they're fine with Imperial culture in Morrowind. I mean, you know, certain people are not, certain semi-gods are not, but for the most part, I mean, they've got like Fort Moonmoth is there, so lots of pieces of Imperial culture that are integrated into Dunmer society, but people expect the Dunmer to just fully integrate into Nord society, and I don't think that's how that works. It's not like, you know, like where I live, we have like a high Indian population, like it, you know, and I don't think that anyone's suggesting that people that have moved to my city from India should stop practicing their Indian traditions and just be an American. Be a full, you know, like, I don't know how to say it without sounding, you know, like a dick, but, you know, you shouldn't expect people to, like, fully integrate into your society like that. People have to be allowed to keep their own religious practices. Didn't Dunmer enslave Khajiit and Argonians? Oh yeah, yes they did. For sure. People forget though the Nords enslaved the elves as well. Like it's not an exclusive thing. Diverse society is a healthy society. Exactly. I wouldn't say Imperial forts is majority of them are proud. Oh, wait, I have mixed two comments. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna die. Oh, I haven't saved in so long. Oh, no. Oh, I have, like, nothing to help here. Crap. I'm gonna see if I can eat some flowers. Oh, look at that. Hoarding flowers actually helped. Okay, gotta get the fuck out of here. Nords enslaving elves as a historical background, though. The enslavement of the beast races was just aggression born out of nothing. Yeah, I would agree. I think any kind of slavery is bad slavery, though. You can't say historical background. Quick save. Did Ysgramor slaughter the elves who lived in Skyrim before Nords? That's the idea, yeah. Down again. Jesus Christ! Okay. Cool. That's one down. I still don't know where Arvak is. Also, the elf slaughter happened some 5,000 years ago or longer. They don't need to fully assimilate, but they shouldn't be aloof from Skyrim either. They have lived in Skyrim from decades. They should take more of an interest in it. Yeah, I mean, like, again, you gotta give people a reason to have an interest in some place.
Where'd you come from?
Oh yeah, no, and the Dunmer definitely have no justification for what they did to Khajiit and Argonians. I mean, you can find a Dunmer slave as well. Like, I mean, their slavery was majority Argonian and Khajiit, but I think they did take just slaves in general. It's more of a Telvanni thing, and a House Dres thing, too, though. It depends on the house. Do you think the next Elder Scrolls would benefit from cutscenes for certain parts of the game? Yes, that's one of my biggest criticisms with Skyrim, is that all the cutscenes that they do have look like utter shit. Because they're all in-game cutscenes. If we had like some proper, actual cutscenes, I think it would go a long way in making this game look better. That's why in my lore videos I never use gameplay. Well, I try not to use gameplay, but for the most part, I use art from Legends or load screens from ESO in the background because I think the gameplay doesn't... I mean, it looks good, but it doesn't look good when you're talking about, like, a lore video. Because I want to invest you guys in the lore, and showing you gameplay takes you out of the illusion that this is a story I'm telling you, and it puts it back into the mindset that this is just a video game. The cutscene with Frey and Carlia when they stand swords up monologuing. Yeah, it's horrible. That you can actually bug that cutscene too really bad. You can pickpocket Mercer Frey's weapon off of him, and it'll take his AI a long time to try to stab you. I did that as a kid. I remember I replaced his weapon with a woodcutter's axe, and it was it was pretty funny. The shout learning cutscenes are true shit and buggy and slow. Yeah, no, those are some of the worst ones. I just wouldn't have cutscenes at all, to be honest. I think cutscenes are helpful. I think the Dark Souls series does a good job of integrating them with the actual gameplay. Alduin flying overhead was actually pretty good. Yeah, that's true. That's like that's a very well integrated cutscene, I will say. But that's really before the game actually starts. Also, if I'm going to be a pessimist about it. more linear and story-driven game style would benefit the lore of Elder Scrolls games, but the role-playing and open-world aspect would suffer from that. Yeah, I don't want the games to ever be linear. I just want them to have, like, I don't know. I just want them to be better. Bottom line. Can you believe Dark Souls 1 came out the same year as Skyrim? It's crazy. It is crazy that that's the case. And I think Dark Souls 1 does hold up a lot better than Skyrim in a lot of ways. There's still a ton of bugs in Dark Souls 1 though, don't get me wrong, but they're not as like gameplay breaking and egregious as some of the bugs in Skyrim. Cutscenes show what is going on in lore without the gameplay integration. Yeah, and there are limitations, yes. That is what I like about cutscenes.
Where'd you come from?
Will you do a deep dive lore on each of the Dragon Priests? It's not something that I've got my sight on. I personally don't find the Dragon Priests in Skyrim to be all that interesting. Mostly they're just bad guys with a mask to me. But maybe if enough people wanted that, it would be something that I do. For lore topics on the channel, I do member polls for people at Master Thief tier or higher, and then I give like 4 options, and then we vote on what the next topic will be. So the next lore topic is going to be the Hist. Isn't Dark Souls 1 much more linear than Skyrim? Not really. Dark Souls 1 is actually quite open. It's probably the most open of the games. It's got like a branching path at the beginning that confuses a lot of new players, myself included. And the whole world is designed so you can walk from one side to the other seamlessly, which is super cool. Dark Souls 2, on the other hand, it's not linear, but it's in the opposite direction, where they did not design the map so you could walk throughout it, but it's still got a lot of branching pathways. So that game for me was very confusing on where you're supposed to go. What's the subject of the next video? It's going to be the Hist. Don't even get me started on some of the scripts not firing I've had to deal with in Skyrim. Yeah. I don't know how I ever played this on Xbox 360, because when I play vanilla on PC, I gotta be ready to unbreak the game with the console at any given moment. I haven't really had that many bugs so far. I've gone back and played the Xbox 360 version within the past like 5 years, just booted it up to look at my old save files, and man, that game does look significantly worse. Like, you can tell that this is a remaster right here. And they did a good job on it. Yeah, I mean, we can move on from the Dunmer and Windhelm thing. I think I'm personally not going to address it anymore. I think we're kind of over that. Elder Scrolls would suffer from having cutscenes, as it takes away the initiative and controls away from the player. Makes things far more restrictive than they already are. I mean, it doesn't have to be a long cutscene, just like when you open a door, even. They have a lot of those in Dark Souls for boss cutscenes. You open a big door. I don't know, it just shows like, you get to show off your character a little bit, interacting with the world more. But I don't think it has to be like Tomb Raider, Lara Croft type cutscenes or anything. Will we see the most infamous Argonian in history lifts her tail on the Hist video thumbnail? Probably not. Probably not. Only annoying bug I encountered back in 360 was the cutscene with Alduin and the Ancient Nords. What was the problem with that cutscene? I don't know if anyone else can relate to this. I had a bug in Skyrim. I actually deleted my first save file because of it. on 360 there was this bug where the companions would follow you around notoriously, and it was I think it was if you had a bounty in Whiterun or something like that, the companions would just constantly follow you. It got so bad, Farkas was just like stalking my character basically. I couldn't go anywhere without him talking to me. And I didn't know what was wrong with my game because at the time, these bugs weren't documented because it was 2011, 2012. So yeah, I deleted my character because I thought that my whole game was bugged. Interaction animations are a different thing, but I know there are many RPGs where people lament that they can't do X or Y during a scene that would make sense for their character. Yeah, I don't really want anything like a huge cutscene of like your character running in and talking to, let's just say Martin Septim or something. You know, I wouldn't want that. I would just want like gameplay cinematics for when a character is introduced. Like what Assassin's Creed Brotherhood does that. I don't know if you guys are Assassin's Creed fans at all, but there's like, for a bunch of the characters that you meet in that game, or in Assassin's Creed 2, they'll have their own cutscene attached to them. You get to see like, oh, this character is fucking cool. Okay, I'm gonna have to eat more. No, we'll level up this time. Choose more health. Let's do Sunfire. Oh, this spell's cool as shit. You know, Restoration is a perfectly valid stupid magic. Sometimes the cutscenes bug and Alduin doesn't spawn. Oh, that's weird. Assassin's Creed 2 Brotherhood was amazing. My personal fave though was AC4. Yeah, I feel like I've talked about this somehow like the past 3 streams. I do like AC4 as a pirate game. I don't like it as an Assassin's Creed game. And so it falls pretty low on my overall Assassin's Creed list. But I do think that it's a good game. It's a foundationally great game. Brotherhood is my favorite. My top 3 are Brotherhood, Rogue, and the next one would be hard. I really like Syndicate, but Syndicate, I don't know, it kind of misses out on a lot of the Assassin's Creed stuff that I like, but Syndicate's got the best gameplay, I think, of any of the games. I love the fighting in that game, and the fact that there's a crouch button, finally. Revelations is also really good. What is your favorite piece of lore? Oh god, I don't know. Favorite piece of lore? I don't know. I do think it's really funny that Sheogorath threw a rock at Vivek and then it exploded after like 1,000 years. I think that's pretty cool. I wouldn't say that's my favorite piece of lore, but that just came to the top of my head and it's pretty funny. Wow, we are really getting stalked here. I'll eat another soul husk. Can the Dragonborn defeat Goku? Well, if the Dragonborn can defeat Superman or Goku, then we'll have finally found another match for both of them. Married Farkas one time and he bugged to where he wouldn't stop forcing me to talk to him. That's the bug that I had. Except I didn't marry him. But I had to kill him so I could actually play the game. See, I was at the point in that story, so he was still an essential character and I couldn't kill him. Remember I did a follow-up playthrough where I joined the companions, I completed the whole quest line, did all of that just for the express purpose of killing killing the companions because I was so mad at them. Okay, I'm gonna get this restoration point. Will we see Vivek in Elder Scrolls 6? If you saw my Elder Scrolls 6 ideas video, I did mention that as an idea potentially, but I don't know if they would do that. A lot of people seem to like that idea, while another people did not like enjoy that idea at all. So, don't know. This is such a cursed gameplay loop I'm stuck in. I don't even know where Serana's at. Ambiguity in mythology is the best part of test lore when things aren't clear. I don't know if I agree with that. I think we could use some clarity in certain spots. There are spots where ambiguity is good. I think FromSoft does a great job at this, where they leave some spots in the lore undisclosed for the sake of discussion, but I think there are some spots where it's just simply like not a clear way that the lore should be interpreted, and like clarity could help in some spots. Just use a mace for Stendarr's stake? Dude, I can't get close to this guy. He's gonna two-shot me. My Skyrim spouse always eventually loses the option for me to ask for a meal, but I have no idea why. Probably fed up with you. Probably telling you to make your own. Make some ramen in the kitchen. Pretty sure you're near Arvak. I think he is more to the left, and we're kind of on the right side of the Soul Cairn. Seriously, where's Serana? I know. What happened to her? Left me high and dry. But this is fine. I can level my restoration this way. I disagree, for example, oh no, I totally agree with that, yeah. But I think there's some instances of the lore, like I can't think of any right now, but ambiguity is good. I agree with you on that. I just think there's some topics where it's like this needs to be clearer. You know, the Tribunal is a classic example of like well written. Absolutely. Is that her? Who's over here? Just a bone man with a bow. Companions disappearing to be a common occurrence? Yeah. Okay. Now I can pull out my mace. Jesus. Keep a lookout for Mr. Keeper, though. It's getting painful to watch? Sorry, man. Sorry the gameplay matters that much to you. You gotta remember, I'm trying to read chat too and talk with you guys, so it's not gonna be like, I'm not trying to do a speed run or anything, we're just chilling. Ooh, fuck. Oh, he's behind me. Jesus Christ. Honestly, artifacts need more strength in Test 6. Yeah, I don't use any of the actual like items in this game. They all run out of charge way too quickly. Okay, I'm gonna go look for Serana. It's kind of ridiculous. In this note, what's your favorite playstyle? And Stealth Archer's a classic, right? Ooh, okay, yep, and that's we're dead. Okay. We're fucking dead. Where did she go? Oh, okay, I'm back up here though. I quick saved. Good. Hey.
Where'd you come from?
DJ, welcome to Pickpocket. Thank you. Thank you for deciding to become a member. Appreciate it. Oh. Keeper didn't agree with my playstyle choice. Yeah. For sure. Easily exploitable. So now what we do is we wait to get all of our stuff back. I don't feel bad about dying in Skyrim anymore. Yeah. Who cares? I am gonna favorite this though. So is this gonna do more damage to him? It does a decent bit. Oh! Jesus Christ. I gotta get out of here. Oh, no, 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 no. Leave me alone. Why am I so slow? Jesus Christ. The Todd Howard emote. Oh, Jesus, fuck it. Where'd she go? Dude, you gotta help. You gotta help me. Okay, Jesus Christ. Oh, she's down on one knee. Okay. Wait, no, she wasn't. She's staggered. Oh my god. Okay. Christ on a bike. Am I over encumbered? What? I am over encumbered. Okay, because I picked up the thing. That makes sense. Honestly, I don't need any of these soul husks.
Stay back.
Serana checked out as if you died. She gets to have the soul trap spell run at its course and get to enchant the soul of a dragon. Interesting. To artifacts, it's probably because you can just craft basically whatever you want, and artifacts barely offer anything unique bar looks. Yeah, then that's why they failed miserably in this game with that. 100%. I mean, the one Daedric artifact I really remember being useful on a two-handed playthrough I did a while ago was Valmendrung. I really liked that weapon because it had such a high stamina thing that it would stamina absorb. But that's all that it did. And Dawnbreaker's cool, but it runs out of charge really fast from what I remember. That's why I don't really like using it. You have a potion of cure disease. It seems like you contracted something. It's because I'm in the Soul Cairn, and I chose to be soul trapped rather than becoming a vampire, so it debuffs your stats. But if you eat one of these soul husks, I think it fixes it for a minute. Yeah. So then if we look back... Oh, well maybe I am diseased, actually. Nope. Well, it's supposed to stop the effects. I feel like there are also less of them than in Morrowind, for example. Can't name any unique ring. Morrowind had quite a few. Yeah, there's not any... There's the Ring of Namira, I guess, but aside from that, not really unique jewelry in this game. Like Necromancer's Amulet. It would be cool if it gave you like a resurrect spell or something, but I think it just gives you a slight magicka boost. It does some conjuration bonus though, doesn't it? But they could be more creative with what they've done. Artifacts definitely could use a boost. Yeah, only use them because they look cool. Kind of a difficult question. What Elder Scrolls deity would you worship?
Yes.
Unless they can prove that they're real to me, I wouldn't worship any of them. But I do think because they're actually confirmed real in this universe. I mean, it's kind of an interesting question because there's so many different like pantheons of deities, right? It's not like you just worship Mara if you're an Imperial or something. Like there's priests of Mara, but they worship all of the gods. It's just their patron deities, Mara. So I don't know.
I hear something.
Zenithar, maybe?
Where'd you come from?
You sheath your weapons, you'd run faster. Yeah. Yep. I realized. Let's try the bound sword again. Ah, it stops the soul suck from crystals. Okay. Oh, didn't have unrelenting moves. I only use Azura / Blackstar / Dawnbreaker and Ebony Mail of the Daedric artifacts. Azura Star is super helpful. Blackstar, specifically. Greetings from the Chick-fil-A drive-thru line. You better be careful in that Chick-fil-A drive-thru line. Get pulled over on your phone. Welcome, Aaron. Thanks for joining. What's your order from Chick-fil-A? I should use Dragon Rend, huh? That would be smart. I hate when this happens.
Stay back.
Okay, I know I have a perk point I could use. I think now would probably be a good opportunity to do that. Oh, one-handed needs a boost for sure. Go. Also, I would not mind for the combat to allow you to hit multiple enemies at the same time with one weapon. That'd be kind of cool. Spicy sandwich plus classic sandwich right at 900 calories for my half-ass diet. I usually get nuggets, Chick-fil-A sandwich with no pickles, and then fries. And frosted coffee. Frosted coffees are so good. There's a Chick-fil-A next to me when I lived in college, but there's not one in my hometown anymore, so.
Forgive my astonishment, but I never thought I'd witness the death of that dragon. Volumes, unless...
You were the one with the Hermit Vivek theory in Elder Scrolls 6? Yes, that was me.
It's possible
I drew the
that your
picture of
killing
him.
blow has merely
Got it in my journal right over here.
Now, let's get you the Elder Scroll, and you can be on.
It's nice seeing vanilla Skyrim again. Yeah, me too. I do like a good vanilla Skyrim experience. Blackstar is so good, but it bums me out that there's only like 2 enemies in the game that give Grand White Souls, because I'd really like to cleanse the star when I play Khajiit or Dunmer. Yeah.
What did you want?
I know, it feels bad kind of playing, making the Blackstar, but it's such a powerful item. So hard to resist. Okay, I'm gonna mix a shit ton of potions and try to get rid of some of this stuff. Chick-fil-A kind of sucks with their religious crap and anti-LGBT lobbyism. Yeah, that is true. But they have such good food, man. appreciate the Dunmer culture, but I would never worship Dagoth or the Tribunal. You know, I mean, as a, if you're raised in that culture, you probably would. Peace, welcome to Master Thief tier, man. Thank you. Much appreciated. We've had like 3 people join. That's awesome. I know I said this earlier, but we do have a special video coming out for members of the channel. So if you are a member, please check the community tab post because there's something waiting for you there. There's also 2 videos on the channel that are exclusive to members, but they're kind of silly. Or not kind of, they're definitely silly, but they're there. Those do invisibility. Moon Sugar. What does Moon Sugar do? Restore Magicka, right? Or damage Magicka. Nope. Brew some healing potions while you're at it. Yeah, I made like 2. Okay, I was reminded of this because the mention of Orky earlier. Have you heard the theory that Trinimac is actually a merger of Stendarr, Zenithar, and RK? I've never heard those 3 specifically, but I mean, I could see Stendarr because of the mercy thing and kind of being righteous. Zenithar. Yeah, so I mean, that all tracks. I think so. What is your opinion on how good magic is in vanilla Skyrim? I think magic is not very fleshed out in vanilla Skyrim, but it's fine. It's totally fine. I should eat this. I'm gonna go eat some alchemy things. I crave the control of voting in the polls. Yeah, I know. I take your voting rights away, and then I give them back to you. Typically videos like the big lore videos take me about a month or so to make, sometimes longer, so it'll be a little bit until the next member poll, but that is definitely one of the perks. Magic is another thing I do mod. Yeah, magic it's not very well fleshed out. There's a clear lack of spells in this game. And I think that they could really do better in the next game because they've just flat out removed so many spells from Oblivion. Like, I don't know how many spells exactly Oblivion had, but I couldn't believe that Absorb Health was something that you had to be a vampire to get. It's kind of crazy. Would you ever do a collab video with Master Neloth? Like, is there an actual YouTuber named Master Neloth? Because I don't actually know if there is, but that sounds super funny. Oh, restore health. Good. Oh, thank God I can get all these out of my inventory as well. Let's see. Fun fact, if you play Test Legends in French, Call Dragon will freeze your game? No way. You think staves in vanilla should have been fleshed out? Yeah, I don't ever use staves. I think they're kind of pointless. What test culture you like more or most fascinating to you? Argonians and Dunmer, probably my 2 favorite. Master Neloth is another Skyrim YouTuber. I'll have to check him out. Honestly, I don't watch that many Elder Scrolls YouTubers these days because I try to keep my my lore videos free of, like, you know, I don't want to rip off content from other people. So I try to keep out of that sort of sphere at this point. I pretty much just read stuff on the UESP. Okay, resist magic, here we go. I had this galaxy-brained idea for a Skyrim video where I was going to expose that the souls here in the Soul Cairn weren't real souls by trapping Ulfric's soul, and then him still being in Sovngarde at the end. Ooh. That sounds like more of a gameplay oversight, but I like where your head's at. We'll get through these. Love your content. Oh, True Nub Gaming, thank you for the $5, man. Love your content. Usually listen to it while working. The Thalmor video really got me thinking. Kept it up, or keep it up. Here's 5 for a beer. Thank you. I'm actually going out at 7 o'clock today to get a beer with my buddy, so that is super awesome of you. Thank you. We need to have more 4th Era lore for Dunmer and Argonian. Yeah, they kind of just got exploded and they had a war together, and then we didn't really hear much after that. Really hope they bring back spears for Test 6. I hope they bring back a lot of weapons. I'm not super keen on spears. Like, it's not my top weapon for them to add. But I do want, like, pole arms just in general to come back. But spears specifically, I'm not, like... I know they're the most effective weapon throughout history, but it's not my favorite thing for them to have added. That actually made more weight in my inventory because of the way that potions work in this game. Drop these. Drop those. Drop those. These. Yeah, 36 of those. Don't need that, and there we go.
Now that
Do you do any editing on UESP yourself? I made one edit on UESP, and that edit was when I was looking up the Greymore chapter for ESO. There was a comment, or not a comment, there was something on UESP about how Greymore was the most recent chapter of ESO, so I made an edit on there. And about how it was 4 years outdated, that page.
There's an offer.
And
Is there anything else?
they got that fixed. But other than that, I haven't really made any contributions to UESP.
To Tamriel,
I'd love to upload screenshots,
increases Harkon's
better
likelihood
screenshots
of
for
bringing the
UESP,
tyranny
because
of the
there's
sun
some
to fruition.
in-game screenshots that they have that I think are not very good.
Remember that
No,
Harkon
no
is
like hate
and
on the
promise me
UESP
you'll
people,
keep
but
my
I think they could
daughter
update their
safe.
screenshots a little bit more.
It's the only thing of value I have left. Now that you've retrieved the Elder Scroll.
Yeah, Argonians and Bosmer are the weirdest and some of the most fascinating people in Tamriel. Yes, 100%. I think that going into their culture more would be super, super interesting. I really wanted the next game to be in Black Marsh, to be honest with you, but I don't think such an alien culture would do super well. You need to do a selling spree. I know, I don't have the speech skill unlocked yet to sell stuff to general merchants, so it's just a pain in my ass. I'm interested to see if they do High Rock, Hammerfell, or both. What do you think? I think they'll... I mean, I'm leaning towards both, but I do think, like, the fact that all of High Rock has been explored in ESO recently, like, all of High Rock came out with the base game in that game, and they haven't done much Hammerfell. Oh shit, I wanted to get the spell from him. But I think it's probably... I think the coolest choice would be to do Hammerfell. That's what I want to see. I'm personally not that interested in High Rock.
Your words do me great honor. I merely wish to
Although High Rock it should have interesting stuff going on, right?
I fear if I
We haven't really heard much about High Rock, though. We've heard a lot about Hammerfell. But we haven't seen a whole lot of Hammerfell lately.
Simply speak my name to the heavens when you
Dabash, hello,
the
how's it going, buddy?
right.
Valenwood would be great. Yeah, Valenwood would be super cool. I thought that, like, a game where you're in Valenwood and you're, like, killing the Thalmor agents within Valenwood and, like, freeing them from the Thalmor oppression would be super cool. Need to go get my boy R back. I think the Iliac Bay area of High Rock would be interesting. Yeah, but at that point, we're just remaking Daggerfall. And that's kind of my big gripe with what Elder Scrolls 6 is looking like, because I want to see a region that hasn't been that fleshed out before. High Rock seems really interesting from the in-game lore and books, the setting and political intrigue, or the settings and politics intrigues you. Yeah, I do think that there's, like, cool stuff coming out in High Rock. I just think we have Daggerfall already. So Arvak, okay, Arvak is left of this structure. I thought he was within the structure, but I do always get lost, so I'm going to go left. If we get Hammerfell, I'd also want Orsinium. Easy idea for a DLC. Yeah, I don't know how intact Orsinium is currently. I would love to see Orsinium, though. It's a really cool area. Orc culture is very cool. Saw an interesting video yesterday where the creator thought that Elder Scrolls 6 would be cool if it was more of a platform. It would eventually get a DLC for each of the Tamrielic provinces. That would be cool. I mean, that's kind of what they should have done with Skyrim, instead of doing the Creation Club and all that. Yeah, we went this way before. I don't think Arvak is over this way. I think he's past the wall. The first section. I mean, I might eat my own words here in a minute, but I'm going to go back over the wall and check. Yeah, I think that that's what Skyrim should have been, though. Instead of dumping the Creation Club micro DLCs on us, they could have had a DLC every year for the past 13 years, and this game would be... I don't know. This game would be a lot more fleshed out for it. They could continue writing new lore as well. What's your favorite object in-game? Whether weapon, key, etc.? Huh. Favorite object? I don't know. Really trying to rack my brain here. Eye of the Falmer is a classic item. The thing's pretty cool. I do like all the little knickknacks that you give to Delvin Mallory in the Thieves Guild. Those are all cool. I wish we got more unique models like that. ESO did a good job with Orsinium. I agree. I think they did a good job. Ooh, make artifacts scale their enchantments with you. Yeah, that is a good idea. It does suck that the enchantments, like, really fall off at a certain point. Plus the way that item scaling works in this game. Oh, we can make a black soul gem over here, can't we? Why I installed a map mod for the Soul Cairn. That would be smart.
Where'd you come from?
Yeah, I think I did go the wrong way, but where the hell is Arvak? Because I walked left already, and that just led me to the arena with the Keeper. Have you cured your vampirism? I didn't get vampirism, I just had Serrano Soul Trap me, but I have not cured it, but it's not really a priority for me. Okay. Mr. Google's gonna come out. We're gonna see where Arvak is. Where is Arvak? Map. I had this professor in college, he used to always call Google Mr. Google. Whoa, Arvak is past Jube? Holy shit. Alright. I guess I wasn't going north enough. We already went left, but we didn't go north. I hope we have more skill trees, not less. Reintroduce things like acrobatics and hand-to-hand. Please add hand-to-hand. Yes, Bethesda. Add medium armor. Hand-to-hand. What else do we need? I don't know. I like the way that that ESO actually did their skill trees, which is kind of surprising. There's like passive perks that you can unlock, but also active abilities. It's more of an MMO thing, but I think that they could take a few notes from that. Also, the way ESO did armor, they updated armor a few years ago, and it's really nice. Last live you contracted. Oh yeah, I cured that. Yes. What's up, Bravington? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. What's the lore behind the Soul Cairn? Basically, there's these guys named the Ideal Masters, and they control like the flow of souls through the Mundus, and they're very mysterious. No one really fully knows their deal. To be honest, I like Morrowind skills more. Morrowind's got good skills, yeah. Nothing wrong with the Morrowind skills. If they don't do medium armor, then unarmored for non-combat thieves and mages. Yes, unarmored as well. I can't believe unarmored got taken out. Just like your ability to take raw damage. They could bring it. They could even call it like endurance or something. Oh, there's Arvac. Okay. Yep. I didn't go the right way. Didn't go left enough. Is Tiber Septim the Ebony Warrior? Unlikely. The Ebony Warrior, I believe, is a red guard too, right? If you take his helmet off. Being able to play as a monk in Elder Scrolls would be amazing, but the multi-class system of Skyrim would make it extremely OP. That's why they need to go back on the way they did things in Skyrim. We should not have the ability to multi-class as much. Tiber Septim was also a red guard? He was not a red guard. Okay, Soul Trap is not working. Or Bound Sword. Tiber Septim was debatably either an Imperial or a... And then there's like one source that calls him a threat, so... Redguard is the only human race that he might not be. Although, Elder Scrolls Castles does confirm that he was a Nord, so... If you take castles as a more accurate piece of information. Wouldn't mind a lightweight class system, basically Morrowind but Oblivion, or Morrowind / Oblivion, but you get experience for all skills. That could be cool.
He's such a... He'll help you get around. Goodbye, hero. Take good care of Arvac for me. Such a good horse.
The only problem with Morrowind skills is their direct correlation to skills. You mean like your attributes that they're corresponded with? Castles confirmed Tiber's a Nord, what the fuck? Yeah, I guess there's a Tiber Septim character that you can recruit into the castle, and he's supposed to be a Nord. That's what I've seen anyway. I didn't play that far into the game, but that is what I've heard. And now we're... Oh, is it because I have Arvac's skull? I'm gonna drop this. Don't need it. Wasn't a big fan of mysticism, felt like it's too similar to alteration. That's probably why they scrapped it. I think mysticism was a cool idea. I didn't really get the general theme of mysticism, but there are some spells like the teleporting spells. Kind of made sense for them to be... I guess alteration would fit, but yeah, mysticism... Mysticism is supposed to be what the Psijics on Artaeum use, so... I don't know. It's like the original school of magic. Don't think Castles is canon at all. It shouldn't be. But this is my problem with Bethesda too. They don't really tell us what is and is not canon. And I guess that's really the point I was getting at earlier when I was saying that I want lore to be unambiguous, is that I don't want lore to be unambiguous, but I want them to tell us like what is canon and what's not. That's really more my point with Elder Scrolls. Like, there's a lot of apocryphal Kirkbridean stuff out there, specifically like, you know, the thing with him changing his race, and it's like, if that Kirkbride quote isn't true about him changing his Nimic, then that entire theory kind of falls apart. Because then the only line that you have to go off of is that one line in the Mysterium Xarxes where he talks about he could wake up and breathe fire, and that is not enough to go on by itself. That's just another odd thing. It's like all that stuff with Mankar talking about Lig. Like, you can lig my balls with all that stuff. Until we get it in an actual game. The Lig shit is so esoteric I don't even think about it half the time. The old Hroldan quest you mentioned earlier makes me believe Tiber Septim was the Nord Hjalti Earlybeard. Right, well, and who even knows if Hjalti Earlybeard, like, I mean, it's a Nord name, But we've also got like Brand Shay in Riften is a great example. He's got an Argonian name, but he's a Dunmer. So maybe he was an Imperial with a Nord name. I don't think he was, but it's possible. I'm sorry, Tiber Septim is confirmed a Nord in castles. What the fuck? I mean, you'll have to, like, feel free to Google this. I don't like giving out misinformation. Feel free to Google it. I think that's what I saw. I think it was probably on Reddit. I saw a post about that. You want canon ambiguity. Exactly. I want canon ambiguity. I want us to say, hey, it's canon that the tribunal is a mess and we don't know what's going on. Instead of, like, tell me somehow in-game the Kirkbride quote, and just don't let it just float outside of lore. You know, because I think that quote is super interesting. Oh my god, I have 71 Scathecraw. Jesus Christ. What is it? This is weakness to everything, right? Oh, ravage everything. Do we have any ravage stamina? Oh my god. I'm gonna drop all of these. I didn't add anything to my meter. I searched and it showed a Reddit post from Castles confirming him as a Nord. That's probably the same post that I saw. Potion of Ravage, Magicka. Poison of Ravage, Magicka. Drop all those. Cool. Any thoughts on Coda? I think Coda is such a meta idea. I don't really like it myself because I wish they would make choices with their lore instead of just leaving it all up to fan interpretation. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying about them just letting the fans do everything for them. Like they pretty much, they don't even patch the game. They just let fans patch the game. So I think we need to bring the responsibility back on Bethesda to make up their own cool shit rather than letting the fans invent it all. So I'm kind of torn on Coda. Like on one hand, I think it's a cool device that could be used for everybody to have their own uniquely valid experience, but on the other hand, it makes Bethesda not have to write anything interesting themselves when fans can just use their imagination to fill in the blanks. Okay, we need to go on a selling spree, so we need to go into Riften for that. Scathecraw and Skeevertail is a good poison. Okay, I'll have to remember that. I used to have all the potions memorized. I once had 102 purple mountain flowers. Noob. Nice. What is Coda? Coda is, it's this concept that everybody essentially has their own way that they played the game, and so everybody's own experience that they had with the game is canon. Rather than there being like an actual canon. Is kind of like the light version of what Coda is.
Greetings. Just what you see here. Safe travels, Landstrider.
We go enchant some stuff too. We'll just get all this crafting stuff out of the way. Crafting and selling stuff. Could have been a Breton raised as a Nord as well. Yes, absolutely.
You've been a good friend to me.
And what would castles even add to the canon? Yeah, I mean, and I might have addressed this already. It wouldn't really add anything to the canon. It's just a matter of like having certain characters show up in the game and providing, like, for instance, the Talos thing or Tiber Septim thing. Adding stuff like that.
Good. If Riften should fall, it's only right that its leader be spared.
Did we have an appointment? No. Excuse my spells and incantations.
I think we can all agree that the Oblivion minigame needs to come back, where you can bribe people through that wheel, right? Everybody loved that. That's something that will unite the Elder Scrolls fan base.
Okay. Now where did I put those
In Legends, Tiber Septim looks like an Imperial in the end of an era card. Exactly. That too. It's a very ambiguous thing. I think it's also because we don't have communication between the studios that made those games, because nobody seems to care. Tiber Septum from Tiber Septum from Castles looks closer to me than Legends one. Yeah. Mysticism is to magic what early philosophy is to science, it seems.
What's this nonsense?
Somewhat. I
What
mean,
brings you to
mysticism in
Valhalla?
Elder Scrolls is like an actual
Blades,
class of
helmets,
magic, though, or
pretty
it
much
was for a
anything
very
to
long
suit your
time.
needs.
It still is in lore, I believe. It's just in game they changed it a bit. They changed it so bad that it's not in the game anymore. I'm so poor this playthrough. I feel like I have so much more money
If you need any
generally.
more smithing work, come see me again.
Speechcraft in Oblivion was really nice. It's basically, I mean, it's a very similar skill to how it works in this game. There is kind of a weird buggy thing in that game where Speechcraft is leveled up, or I guess Mercantile is leveled up based on like per item that you sell, not on the value of the item. So it's very bizarre. Like you can sell a whole set of arrows one by one, and I think it'll level your Mercantile up quicker. I'm big in the Casimir fandom, and I find the Kirkbride quote culture in the Kirkbride quote culture in the Test fandom similarly distasteful to the WOB culture in the Casimir fandom. I do not know what half of that sentence meant, so you have to explain it a little bit more. What is the WOB culture? The card is called A New Era, yes. I never played Oblivion, though I did play Morrowind and Skyrim for some reason. I skipped Test 4. It's probably the most skippable one. I love Oblivion. It's probably my personal favorite, but also that game is the most in need of a rework. And I don't mean like Sky Oblivion I think is a very cool project, but I would still love for Oblivion to be in that same style. I think just like a redo of some of the mechanics in that game like it could be overhauled, and it'd be really nice. Because it has some of the most fundamental gameplay problems. Like I think Morrowind actually, once you get the hang of it, I don't know if you guys ever watched Lyle Schnub. He's a great YouTuber, kind of like a low-key channel in a lot of ways. He does a lot of gameplays and playthroughs, but he has this great video on Morrowind mechanics, and once I watched that video, I was like, oh, I know how to play this game now. It's a lot like D&D with the dice roll system.
I plan to change a few minds about that.
So once you understand that about the game and how everything's tied to your agility bar, it makes a lot more sense.
Whether it's armor you need or a new...
I need to wait a little bit longer. Words of Brandon, Brandon Sanderson. Oh, the author of those books. Okay, yes. I was watching a video talking about Brandon Sanderson
odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Recently, and he kept calling him like Lord and Savior Brandon. I see a lot of people call, you know, Kirkbride like stuff like that. It's a very weird behavior to have, I think. Because it's putting the entire history of the Elder Scrolls like on one person's shoulders, when that's just not how it went at all. How do you spell oh, Lyle? So you got Lyle right? Here, I'll type it in here. Oops. Lyle Schnub. That's him. I love his YouTube channel. I used to watch a lot of his stuff, but I've kind of stopped recently.
Cook, if you look, take a look.
Yeah, of course. It's wild because Kirkbride hasn't even been working there since before Oblivion, right? I believe he worked on Oblivion, but he hasn't been working on the games since Skyrim, at the very least. I should buy some stuff for my house, too. Buy this glass, goat horns. Buy some ebony, because why not? I just need to get some stuff out of my inventory, bottom line.
I'll see you again soon, I hope.
Oh, wait, there's a potion store right over here. I always forget about this. Arena broke a lot of records in gaming. I don't know what specific records it broke, but I believe it.
Master, you're far too old for this.
So you're an
Why buy ebony when there's a great ebony mine? Because I gotta get potions out of my inventory. That's basically it. I want to level my speechcraft up too. I might buy all this guy's stock actually. I mean, we'll have the same problem as before where I've got too much shit in my inventory, but it's at least lighter than the potions. It's a never-ending problem.
Hope to see you again soon. Must you bother?
I think the reason Tesla is so great is because so many people have worked on it. Yeah, probably. There's like a lot of diverse opinions. It's like what we were talking about before with the diverse community is a healthy community. Like, it's good to have multiple people writing. I mean, you want to have a through line though. You want to have like the same themes and whatnot. But yeah, I would agree. Did you know Elder Scrolls Arena was the first game to have a day-night cycle? No, I did not know that. Skyrim lore would be more alien-like if Michael Kirkbride wrote some of it, I think. Yeah, and that's the type of stuff that I'm not, like, a huge fan of. Oh, this is great scripting here.
You've seen how we live. Cramped alleys, rundown buildings, few guard patrols. Even the name Grey Quarter is an insult.
It's so bright out here.
Yep.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a...
Have you ever played
All my
Oblivion or
goods are
Morrowind?
legitimate, which is more than I can
Base
say for
classes? No
some.
custom classes? No, I've never chosen one of the base
Trinkets, odds
classes.
and ends, that sort of thing.
Sure, they're fine, but I've never played any of them. I hate having to actually, like, buy potions. It's embarrassing. I always pick up these orange potions and then I never use them. I always think I'm going to and then I never do.
Do come again.
Hawk's feathers or cure disease potions? Can you use hawk's feathers as cure disease? Just, is that the first ingredient on that?
Farm work is hard work. It's good to relax when I can, but I still have to listen to my brothers harping about injustices.
Stay away from the Aretino residents.
Played so much vanilla Skyrim that Anniversary Edition was a blessing to me. I don't like the Anniversary Edition. I think all of the stuff that was added is pretty much, like, poorly integrated. That is the primary effect? Nice. Did not realize that. I'm back. Did you do the quest at the inn yet? No, I have not. I actually got back from the Soul Cairn just a little bit ago. You hate Anniversary Edition? Yeah, me too. I think it has a mixed review on Steam. I don't know. I didn't like any of the stuff that it added. It felt very derivative and cheap. Like, the fact that they couldn't even get voice acting for that. If Bethesda was going to release that content, they should have at least paid to make it a little bit more, a little bit higher quality. Okay, so, yeah, we sold all that. Let's see. Do I have anything else I need to sell? I think we got a lot of shit out of my inventory. Probably got some miscellaneous stuff. Yeah, we got a cup. Drop that. Okay, we'll take a brief detour. We're gonna go over here. I'm gonna do some Lakeview Manor stuff like before. He said the Tribunal went to the moon in the 5th era because Tamriel got destroyed. Yeah, and that's the type of Kirkbride shit that genuinely I hate. Like, he talks about the 9th era, I think. Oh, I forgot I dropped all this crap off here before. Well, that'll just have to stay. Oblivion's pre-made Nightblade is weird. It doesn't have Sneak and Illusion, which are arguably most important skills for that class. There's basically a spell sword, but in light armor instead of heavy. I guess I mean, a light armor spell sword's not a bad idea. But yeah, the pre-made classes are bizarre. Also now I can't even tell what's lore anymore because of the Anniversary Edition. That's another big point. Thank you. They don't specify what's lore accurate and what's not. And they honestly just need to come out with a post and say, hey, all the stuff in the Anniversary Edition should be taken as canon and lore accurate. Or just say none of it should be, and then we wouldn't have this problem. But that was the thing that I brought up in my Elder Scrolls 6 ideas video, was that I don't really think the Creation Club should be taken seriously until they say something about it. Okay, taking all of that. Oh, we gotta go buy the lumber. Doing some building, eh? Doing some building, eh? Doing some building, eh? Kind of weird how you have to unlock each ingredient effect. You'd think the effect would work whether your character knows them or not. They do work. Like if you just plug them in randomly, you'll still make the potion. You don't have to know the effect. It helps to know the effect because then you can know which potions to brew, but you don't have to know them. Keening and Sunder are so crap in Skyrim compared to Morrowind. Yeah, they're so insane in Morrowind. I think the idea, though, behind that, to be fair, is that they were broken when they were used on the Heart of Lorkhan, but still. If I remember right, they said Creation Club is canon. I don't remember ever hearing that, but if they did, that's embarrassing. Because that stuff is so cringe. And again, no disrespect to the people who made those mods. Like, as mods, they're pretty good. As an official Bethesda product, not that good. I'm fine with lore-accurate mods, but I at least know their mods. Yeah, no, and that's the line that needs to be drawn there, is what's lore and what's not. Oh, he died. That's too bad. Forgot about that. Did Hod die? Or is it Girder?
A fine day to you, friend. May you die with a sword.
Where's this
in
dude
your
at?
hands. Until next time.
How did he die? The Murak cultists showed up and killed him. Okay, well I guess we'll go over here. Buy from the vampires. Is there a reason Bethesda didn't release more quests? It seems like there was a market for more DLC. No, there absolutely was. I really don't know why they didn't release more DLC. I mean, they had Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 going on, so there's that, but I think, like, if you've got the cash cow that is Skyrim, instead of re-releasing it with no new features every time, you could have re-released it with a DLC every time, and people would have been into that. But they never got around to that. I always bring up, I don't know if you guys are... Oh, resisted the effect. Interesting. I don't know if you guys are Borderlands fans or anything. I think we talked about this in one of the live streams. But, Borderlands 2 had a DLC drop, I think 10 years after the game was released, or 9 years or something like that. They had the DLC to draw a pipe for Borderlands 3 come out. I think it was called, like, Commander Lilith's something or other. And a lot of people got back into Borderlands 2 because of that. I know I did. I was excited for that. And I don't know why Bethesda never decided to do that. It was kind of insane. Sunfire only harms undead. Okay, gotcha. You can tell how much I use magic in this game. They almost always get you in Iverstead? Really? They're always in Riverwood for me. They always spawn in Riverwood for me. They hate money? That's not true. Bethesda, if there's one thing I know about Bethesda, they love money. I only use some AE things, mainly armor sets, the mod to integrate them, and they look nice mostly. Houses, but I disabled most quest lines because they feel awkward to me. Yeah, I think like armor stuff, totally fine. That's valid. It's the stuff in the Creation Club, like the armor of the Crusader just being with some bandits, or like the Lord's Mail, you find it on a guy who has a note that it's like from the Emperor or something. That's the type of stuff that's lazy to me. Even the Umbra quest, like after... So, if you guys don't know about Umbra, Umbra has been a thing since the Elder Scrolls 3. And Umbra is this cursed sword that has like, basically parts of the power of Clavicus Vile in it. There's like this evil shade that lives inside of Umbra, and it corrupts anyone who holds Umbra. And so, Umbra is a integral part of the Elder Scrolls novels that released, Infernal City and the Lord of Souls. And then in the Creation Club, Umbra is just randomly like in Skyrim all of a sudden, with very little explanation, and it just gives this whole like, I don't know, what the fuck? Why is there an Umbra boss fight in this with like no explanation? I know there's a journal, but it's kind of stupid. I don't know. No one really thought about it, because I bet the people who made it didn't read the Elder Scrolls novels like some of us.
I'll have them hold over doing some building, eh? I'll have them hold over doing some building, eh? I'll have them hold over.
I learned what triggers the cultists, so I forced them to spawn in
doing some building, eh?
Yeah, it's being level 10 triggers them, right?
Doing some building, eh? I'll have them hold over doing some building, eh? I'll have them hold over doing some building, eh?
Because I come right down the mountain to turn in Clemic's quest. I haven't done that quest in years.
I'll have them hold over.
Are these guys vampires? Yes, they are.
I'll have them hold over
You actually kill one of them for the Dark Brotherhood at some point.
I'll have them hold over.
It's pretty early on. I think it's like the first quest or second quest that Nazir gives you.
Doing some building, eh?
Doing some building, eh?
I'll have them hold over doing some building, eh? I'll have them hold over doing some
I want to see Young Scrolls make a song out of this.
I'll have them hold over right away.
Doing some building, eh?
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
Not level 10. It's making the Greybeard's initial quest. Oh. Thought it was either. Complete the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller or level 10. Scandal, Dawn Guard member buys lumber from a vampire. Yeah. Don't let the news find out about this. Can I still not... Can I not make my house? Chest? Oh yeah, I got a drafting table. Yep. Okay. Order of operations. Make the papers. You right. Foundation first. Make the nails. Make the lock. Fittings. Hinges. Oh, I need more nails. God damn it. Who's your favorite character and villain from the Elder Scrolls? Probably my favorite character. I really like Martin Septim. I really like Neloth. As a character, I always make this distinction. I don't like Ulfric Stormcloak as a person. I like him as a character. I think he's very well written. Paarthurnax is pretty high up on that list. I really like any of the mentor figures from Oblivion. And it might be because I played that game at an impressionable age, but I really like characters like Joffrey and Boris. And, you know, characters that just feel like nice to be around. Any of those type of characters are good. Brynjolf is the homie. Oh, I really like Knight Paladin Gelibor. That guy's sick. That guy's super cool. Okay, I need to go buy more armor. Martin Septim is the GOAT. He is. I like that he is the, he's the main character in that game, basically. Hello. Can you give me a theoretical estimation? How many soul gems do you need to advance Lesser Daedric Prince to a full one with game limitations? You mean like how many soul gems do you need to collect until you have the power of a Daedric Prince? I'm not quite sure it works like that. There's a mod called There Is No Umbra. It's a whole quest expansion that you should play at some point. That sounds funny. I mean, there not being an Umbra in Skyrim makes sense, because the Umbra sword was, like, destroyed. Spoiler alert, sorry. The Umbra sword was, like, destroyed at the end of those books. So, the fact that Umbra just comes back is kind of a big what the fuck. It doesn't help that some of the Anniversary mods are straight up bugged in Anniversary Edition. Yeah, there was the Dragonbone armor thing. I couldn't get Dragonbone armor, I remember, in the Anniversary Edition.
Take a look.
It was some bullshit. Favorite villain is Dagothar. That's fair, he's a good villain. Okay. Don't forget to check out the shop. More inside. When I finally play Oblivion, I know I'll love Martin Septim because of Sean Bean. Yeah, he brings so much life to that character. Also, shout out to Bethesda for actually making stages of this house appear. Pretty cool. There's a good fill-in, the Thalmor in general. Yeah, they're good. I think most people would not consider them the same level as the other ones because... Did they only give me one Corundum? That's... oh my god. So annoying. Go buy from Balamend this time. So if I was to be king and then converted my entire kingdom to the faith of Jiggalag, would he become more powerful or stay the same? That is an interesting question. I think it's more of one of those ethereal questions about the lore, because it's probably something that Kirkbride talked about at some point, but I don't think that's ever been officially in-game, that the gods draw power from their worshippers. Maybe is basically my answer to that, but I don't know. Switch to mobile and now you're getting ads. Pain. They should be... If you're a member, I don't know if you get ads. I thought you didn't.
Greetings, honored friend. Could I interest you in some fine jewelry?
What brings you to Balamend today?
Favorite Elder Scrolls between Oblivion and Skyrim is Skyrim. Skyrim's a good game.
Blades, helmets,
Skyrim gets a lot of shit.
pretty much anything
I didn't give it a
to
lot of
suit your
shit,
needs.
but it is a good game. And now I'm poor again.
If you need any more smithing work,
Visiting Riften?
I loved ESO till they added new Daedric Princes. Oh, sorry guys, the game's all weird. Okay, there we go. I don't mind, like, I've thought about it. I actually don't mind them adding a new Daedric Prince, but it's such an uninteresting Daedric Prince. Like, if they're gonna do something new and innovative with the lore, I'm cool with that. But they need to make it well integrated, and it didn't really seem to be well integrated at all. Okay, we need the garden. It's the best thing to have. Smelter would be nice. There is a pickaxe over here, yeah. Bethesda made Wii Sports Elder Scrolls. Dude, yeah, with castles. I was gonna say that in my video. I forgot to include it in my script because I wanted to get that video out. Okay, I wanted to get my video out soon, so I forgot to include that, but castles, it looks like they have knees in that game from the Nintendo Wii. It's crazy. I think gods should gain power by how influential their domains are. I don't really know with Daedra, because they're not really gods, they're just like these powerful beings. So I don't get how, like, we need to define what constitutes worship in this sense. Really hate how much fans take Kirkbrides out of canon text as canon. Yeah, me too. Me too. We really need a likable Thalmor character in Elder Scrolls 6. I really do think we needed one Thalmor character that had, like, a level head and was like, hey, look, I work for the Thalmor. I think that, I think you guys suck. I think humans suck. And I think that elves are superior, and here's my reasons. Rather than just, like, the pompous asshole type characters that we got. How are the Daedra not gods? They have realms of oblivion, but they're more like powerful Daedric beings. They have godlike powers, but they're not necessarily like deities. They're conventionally referred to as like Daedric gods, but that's why the term princes is technically preferred, because they're more just powerful princes of their own realms that can dish out power. But yeah. I personally liked Athelia. She's actually really helped us understand prisoners in the Magna Ge more. Also, we know there are more Daedric princes than are known to mortals. Exactly, there's a book in-game that talks about there being multiple Daedric princes. So I don't mind ESO adding one, it's just, I don't know. I haven't played Gold Road, to be fair, so I don't know much about Athelia. But yeah, that's my long and short of it. Someone just got you by uniting the houses, that sucks. Fortunately, our Lord and Savior Jigalag doesn't have a domain. Yeah, big L for him. I want to play with you, but all my decks are shit. That's okay, you can have a shit deck and play. Ondalamar was the closest to a chill Thalmor we got. Yeah, and even still, he's a dick. I think a level-headed Thalmor doesn't exist anymore in Somerset. No, not in Somerset, but we could have at least seen like a Thalmor ambassador in Skyrim. Wish Skyrim let us join Thalmor as a Civil War alternative. I wish the Stormcloaks, I saw a meme the other day, or no, I say the other day a lot. I saw a meme on Reddit like a few months ago, and it was that picture in Monsters Inc. when they're all like lined up and walking, and it said like the Stormcloaks on their way to attack everything except the Thalmor embassy. Which is so true, like why don't they just go and blow up the Thalmor embassy? I don't know, the souls of mortals being bound to them go to their realm after afterlife. That feels like at least a small g god to me. I don't know if that's the case with all of the gods, though. Like, I don't know if you worship one of them, your soul is destined to wind up in their realm. At least for all of them, right? Like, I don't know if you're a Clavicus Vile worshipper, do you go to Clavicus Vile's realm after it's all said and done? I know it's the case when you pledge yourself to Nocturnal, but I don't know if it's the same with all of them. By the 9, I hate Ulfric Stormcloak. Yeah. Lots of different Ulfric opinions out there. I used to be a huge Ulfric hater, but he's at least got a point in some respects. I don't like him as a man, but he's at least got some points. Do you think the Moot would actually name Ulfric High King? I think they'd be scared at this point. Like, they'd be scared into it. You know, like, what will he do if he doesn't become the High King? Let's go to the Solitude Blacksmith this time. Let's just go around Skyrim. Where do you think Elder Scrolls 6 will be set? I'm thinking Hammerfell, but I'm also thinking they're going to integrate some parts of High Rock because that seems to be something that people want. I would like it if it was just Hammerfell, though. I want a fleshed out Hammerfell.
I've got a lot of respect for the Restoration School. Skyrim could use a lot more healers. What is it?
They did the Thalmor dirty, but admittedly they are bad. Altmer aren't bad as a culture. They're just being controlled by extremists in the 4th era. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean,
Take a look.
but Skyrim does a bad job at showing first-time Elder Scrolls fans that like the series actually has depth to it. So I think a lot of people just now they see High Elves and they're like, oh, High Elf bad. Hircine and Malakath also bring their followers to their realms where they die. Yes, this is true. There's plenty of Daedric princes that do it. I just don't know if it's the rule for all of them. There's a cool moment in one of the Elder Scrolls books where they go into Hircine's realm and he's in the middle of a hunt. They're being chased by him. Super cool. Stone. We know Werebeast to hunting grounds from the Companion's Quest. Yes. Probably need more clay. Hinges, and those, and those, and those. Thalmor are just High Elf extremists, as Stormcloaks are just Nord extremists. Pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, what do you guys always go with for your house? I'm going to tell you right now, I go for the library, I go for the storage room, and then I go for usually the either the greenhouse or the bedrooms. I fucking love the library. I love collecting books. I'm such an old lady. I love looking at all my books on my shelf. Phrastus of Elnir and Lady Cinnabar had a discussion regarding where your soul goes. I do like that we have like characters like that, like Phrastus and her. Okay, I want to get the greenhouse going because this is one of the most important things. The iron fittings and nails. They should make a Daedra-focused DLC like the Shivering Isles. Dragonborn was cool, but only if you played Blood Moon and Morrowind. I mean, I really liked Dragonborn. It's my favorite of the DLCs in this game. And I'd never played Morrowind before playing it, so I thought it was good on its own. I mean, that is basically a Daedra-focused DLC because it's the Hermaeus Mora DLC, basically. More nails. Do I have enough iron? I don't. Normally you don't use Hearthfire, that's fair. I like the houses in Hearthfire more, they can store more stuff. Plus you can get a steward for these houses, and I think that's cool. So you can get a carriage that'll take you to the minor settlements as well as the large ones. Okay, then we need to plant some stuff here. So if we plant Deathbell. 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 Oh, and Deathbell. And then we plant... Ooh, thank God, Swamp Fungal Pod. We'll get some of those going. We obviously want Imp Stool. It's a good one. And then I'll just put some random stuff in the next two. I guess Nightshade could be good. And, oh, wheat. Wheat's always a good one, too. What do we need? I'll put a grass pod in there. Alright. I think that's everything. I'm going to put this pickaxe away. Okay. I missed a lot of stuff when I was doing that management. Give me a second. I have a mod that adds voice recordings to the book, so I've been listening to so many books lately. That's super cool. I like that. Okay, cool. And where do we want to go next? I think we want to get a little bit more powerful. I want to go back and see if that guy spawned back in, because now I'm like slightly more powerful. I think I can withstand his attacks better. He's probably not spawned back. What's your least and most favorite? Oh, might be spawned back. Least and most favorite retcons from the series? I mean, I don't know if I have any favorite or least favorite. I think retcons are annoying when they come up, especially if it's like good lore that's been stomped on. Like, personally speaking, Miraak being the first Dragonborn is kind of crazy. After we had Alessia for so long, like all the Dragonborn stuff that they kind of added and retconned with Skyrim is very confusing. Because like, especially as a kid, you know, you play Morrowind and you're like, okay, the blades are spies. And you play Oblivion and you're like, okay, the blades are samurai. And then you play Skyrim and it's like, oh, the blades are dragon hunters. So now you have one faction that's it's been split so many different ways. Oh, do I need to tell Serana to fuck off? She might kill this guy. Favorite House of Morrowind? Definitely Redoran.
I've spent more than my share of time in caves already.
Okay, so he didn't spawn back. We will be back again. Okay, so what are we on about? We're going back to, yeah, Dexian Evicus. Out here. Predict you'll hit 20k subs 4 months from now? That'd be pretty crazy. What is 4 months from now? September, so January? I think by January we'll hit 20,000. It's like I said in that post, it's such an inconceivable number. Like, you try to think of that many things, of anything, it's hard to do. Oh, he's down here after all.
I trust your journey was successful? I'm sorry, my friend. I can no longer... It's my fault. I thought I'd be able to allay... Blind? No. It will have to run...
I was so hyped when we got to meet a Moth Priest in this game. Like, Oblivion reference.
Scattered across... Performing the ritual of the end, it involves once enough of the moths.
Favorite hold of Skyrim? I really do like the Reach. I like walking around the Reach. I think it's very pretty. I also like Riften. Okay, yeah, blah blah blah. I guess it's the Rift, not Riften. And Whiterun's a classic. Let's see. I wonder why the moons disappeared. Me too. I wish they would, maybe elaborate a little bit more on that. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but my neck just got a great crack. Do you think they should make the transformations more powerful in the next tests game? Like, transforming into being a werewolf and a vampire? If so, I think they're, yeah, they're kind of underwhelming in Skyrim, aren't they? I don't ever use them. I just don't really like the whole werewolf or vampire thing. So I don't know. I don't really have an informed opinion on it. Oh my god, what the hell? I do want to get this block buff eventually, so we'll do this right now. I really fear for Elder Scrolls 6 with BGS having fired Kurt Coleman. He was the living lore bible, and without him there's officially no one left who's intimately familiar with what makes TES unique. That could be a big problem going forward. I mean, hey guys, at least we have Emil Pagliarulo, right? Everyone loves him. He's great at writing for this series. The blades are pretty cool, kind of sad that only those two crazies were left in Elder Scrolls 5. Yeah, I do like Esbern though. I think Esbern's fun. My least favorite thing about Skyrim is how we play as the Dragonborn. I just want to play as a nobody. Yeah, who play Oblivion then? Yeah, you're a total nobody in Oblivion. You're just some schmuck. Oh, double cave there. Do so little damage. Oh. Oh, another thing I could do is boost my conjuration. I think I might actually go do that. So much I need to do. To walk through the reach shouting at the Forsworn. Just like Dareloth did. What do you think is the strongest build in Skyrim? I want to start a legendary playthrough. You should definitely do a stealth build then, because you get that crit multiplier. And stealth is broken in Skyrim. The thing about legendary difficulty in this game is that it's not like the AI gets any better in legendary, they just have way more health. It's not like Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode. Baldur's Gate 3 is so good. I do want to do a playthrough on Baldur's Gate 3. That was part of the reason I made that second channel actually, is because I want to do a Baldur's Gate playthrough, but I didn't want to like post all the videos on here. So I'm excited to get back into that. Probably play that game live too. I'd probably still go live on this channel also, it's just that I would, I'd post the videos to that other one. Okay, what if Talos was a Reachman? I don't know what that would necessarily change about him, to be honest with you. Do you think Elder Scrolls 6 will be the last main title, and then they will produce smaller games, due to Todd Howard potentially retiring after that game? Honestly, I think TES would get stronger. I think Bethesda would get stronger if Todd Howard resigned. I genuinely do. I think he holds back a lot of their game design and creativity, because he has a specific way that he wants these games to be made. So that's my lukewarm take. Todd is taking so much time to test 6 that he will die before it comes out. I hope he doesn't die. I do like Todd, even though he's kind of a manipulative liar, but I like Todd. Love to watch BG3, never seen gameplay of it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so, like, you want a like actual complex gaming experience? BG3 is where it's at. I beat that game on honor mode, and it was so satisfying. Reachman is just a fancy word for Skyrim Breton. Let's hope it's not a matron. Okay, it's a matron. I have a core memory of walking into this specific building and getting just absolutely shit on by one of these Spriggans. You dare blaspheme against God, Howard. Yes, I blaspheme against I blaspheme against all the Bethesda devs. I always forget how to get up here, man. Such a weird path. It's kind of hard to say Todd holds back the games when he's responsible for the best test games. He's also responsible for a lot of creative decisions being, like, gone. Or a lot of bad creative decisions, I would say. Todd Howard, like... Yes, he has made good games in the past, but you also have to remember his first game was Redguard, guys. Like, one of the biggest commercial failures for Bethesda. I really like him. I think that he's done great things for the series, but, like, you gotta open your eyes and divorce yourself from the Todd Howard memes and stuff, and recognize that, like, here's a good example. And this is the one that is, like, the go-to for a lot of people when talking about him. He's part of the reason that we don't have Cyrodiil as a jungle. For whatever reason, a lot of people say that it's because he had just seen Lord of the Rings. He made a lot of the Imperial's lore very different by using Talos to just chim everything out of, chim the jungle out of Cyrodiil. So, like, that's just one example of how he's simplified the series. In Fallout, like, he's got this insane obsession with Fallout, where every single game you have to start coming out of a vault, because he really likes that aesthetic of you leaving the vault for the first time. But Fallout's not, like, necessarily about the vaults. It's not necessarily about the 50s aesthetic. This is a complaint. I'm not a big Fallout fan, but my friend is a huge Fallout fan, so he tells me all this stuff. There's a large community of Fallout fans who complain about Todd Howard's direction on that series because he doesn't understand fundamentally what the first ones were about, and he's turned them into, like, he's turned them into more being about that 50s aesthetic, and he's done a good job at that. But a lot of people are like, they want a game in China, a Fallout game in China, and they would probably never do that because they'd lose that brand recognition that I was talking about in my last video. With the Vault Boy and with the Vault suits and everything. So he has a very, like, simplistic mindset on a lot of stuff here. What Daedric Prince does everyone think would be a good antagonist in some role in Elder Scrolls 6? I really think, I've said this before recently, I think that Sheogorath, I mean, not as, like, a main villain, they should make Sheogorath scary. He shouldn't be as friendly as he has been in the past few games. I think he should be scary. Madness is something that should be taken more seriously instead of, like, goofy cheese humor. I don't get the cheese humor. He constantly is going on about cheese and everything. It's kind of like 4th grade humor. I want him to be scary. I want, like, his side quest to be intimidating. Kirkbride revealed in the Polygon Morrowind oral history that he basically had to trick Todd into making Morrowind so crazy and unique. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before as well. So yeah, Todd's a very, like, he seems like he's a very by-the-books type of guy.
This must be...
Personally say Meridia, she is fascinating and terrifying, extremely evil. Yeah, I think also Elder Scrolls, like, you guys can tell me if you disagree here, but I think Elder Scrolls should not be as kid-friendly. In the sense that, like, do you guys ever get the feeling when you're playing an Elder Scrolls game that it's been, like, made for young adults and not for grown-ups, not for, like, full-on adults? It's this bizarre thing that I've noticed, especially after playing, like, so many different other fantasy genres. Because when I was a kid, I only ever played Elder Scrolls. And then I, like, moved on and I played Pillars of Eternity. Like, I just played Baldur's Gate 3. These are fantasy series that take themselves seriously. And the characters have adult themes. The characters swear. Like, you don't really hear that much swearing in the Elder Scrolls. And you don't need to have swearing to make a fantasy game good, but real people swear. Like, I swear all the time. And the fact that nobody drops an F-bomb in Skyrim is kind of, you know, it's just kind of weird. Like, let people act like real people. And I know I go on about this game a lot, but Pillars of Eternity does that so well. Like, all the companions in that game feel like real people because they don't talk like they're in a video game. I think sometimes they have George Lucas dialogue in Elder Scrolls that's just bad. What do you think is the TES equivalent of your home country in Brazil? Like the TES equivalent nation or province? Absolutely agreed about Sheogorath. He's absolutely insidious. Yeah, but he's treated so much like a joke. Yeah, they need to make him scary. Skyrim was Game of Thrones minus the balls. Yeah. Pretty much. And if that's what they're going for, which it seems like that's what they're going for as of late, then I don't know. Games don't sell well if they have to be labeled 18+. I think Baldur's Gate 3 would disagree with you on that. TES should be grown-up maturity with the young adult aesthetic. Yeah, I think just having mature themes is something that we need more of in this series. There's a delicate balance to making a game mature or edgy. I prefer mature games, but I'm not sure what I'd want for TES 6. Yeah, I don't want it to be edgy, but I want it to be mature. I want to have mature themes. Totally agree. I pretty much also used to play TES when I was younger, played Pillars, and oh man, it changed my perspective. Yeah, no, it's like, wow, fantasy can be serious. The respect that Pillars has for its own storyline too. Like, it's not like you have to go beat the dragon. It's like a complex storyline about souls and religion and philosophy. And it's so well done. And then you come into Skyrim and it's like, Hinger Dinger Durgan, you have to kill the dragon. And it's really more of an action game than an RPG at a lot of points, which is good. It's a good action game. Damn, these guys have so much health, or I just do so little damage. Swap back to this. Oh, goddamn. Get out of here. Skyrim's already rated M, it just doesn't feel like it. Yeah. Oh my god. Caught in the inventory. I need to get an Amulet of Talos. Oh, I'm trying to shout. It's not letting me shout. Alright, man, I got a split. Nice hanging out with you. It's always cool to talk with another Warhead. Yeah, for sure. It's great seeing you around, man. Thank you for joining the channel. It really means a lot. I always thought the Elder Scrolls lore and games are very different to each other. Yes. They do feel like separate things entirely. Some of the games really capture the lore and others fail drastically. Yes. Morrowind does a great job capturing the lore. Okay. She's just stun locking Serana. So we need to take that one out. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, I think we made it through that. This is like one of the hardest playthroughs I've done because of how much I've split up my stats. You guys don't realize how irrelevant the Elder Scrolls is to the new generation. Yeah, so I work with kids a lot, and like I've talked to a lot of them about like, hey, you guys like, you know, kids that I know like video games or something. I'm like, hey, have you ever does your dad play Skyrim, or have you guys ever heard of what Skyrim is or whatever? And I usually get a like confused look. This one time I had a kid who used to play Fallout 4 with his dad, and he was drawing a super mutant at work, and I thought that was super cool. Other than that, you don't really see the Elder Scrolls community out and about these days. Elden Ring is also a good example of an M-rated mature game. Yeah, I think Elden Ring, though, it's like, it doesn't have so much story and lore that's accessible, but that game does have like bloody cutscenes and serious moments. You have an ongoing Pillars 1 playthrough too, fleshing out the character you played in Deadfire Solo. Nice. That's awesome. I love Pillars of Eternity so much. I was so disappointed when they delayed Avowed, but I'd much rather them delay something than release a trash game. Okay, I'm gonna put Chilrend finally to rest in here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Been carrying that around forever. Draw knife, no. Diamond claw, no. Bark, no. Dynamo core, no. 22 amethysts? 2 pounds of amethysts? No. 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 Nope. Nope. Sometimes I feel like we're past the golden age of tasks. We're certainly not in the golden age right now. Certainly not. Okay, so here's how you win Elder Scrolls.
This must be
Plant some imp stool.
beautiful Skyrim weather.
Oops. Oh shit.
Always heard about.
Did I lose all my imp stool because of that? No, I didn't. I'll keep the wheat. Clear that. Clear that. There we go. We'll be back. Skyrim had unpaused menus, it would be 100 times harder. Oh, I was thinking about that earlier, yeah. Make the game impossible in some aspects. It's always fun too when you see like the theories that pausing the game is actually part of your character's powers. I always like that. Can see it on the horizon. Test 6, the world's famous second quadruple A game. Okay, here's what we need to do. I'm going to go back to Riften. I really need to fix my build, so we're going to go to Riften to do that. And essentially, what we need to do here is need to get back into pickpocketing.
Yes,
and once we get pickpocket to 100, then we can Then we can legendary it and we can get all those perk points back.
Come see me in the market if you're looking for the finest custom jewelry in all of Skyrim.
Brazil equals Brazil greater than Brazil. Always pick every single pocket when you first enter a city. That's the smart thing to do.
Hey, how's it going? Up to no good, are we?
Oh, it costs 4,000?
What's going on?
Holy shit.
It'll cost you. Come back and see me if you ever need pickpocket training.
All eyes are on you, lad. Don't disappoint us.
Welcome to the... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Riften's your favorite city? I do quite like Riften. I think Riften's got a lot going on. It's one of the more interesting cities to walk around in, at the very least. I think most people would have to agree that. I see a lot of love for Solitude, and I've never really understood that. I just don't like the way Solitude is laid out.
I can work with your face.
I think it's pretty from the outside, but I don't like it on the inside.
Want to make two things.
All eyes are on you, lad. Don't look.
There we go. Delvin had a good chunk of my income in his freaking inventory.
Got lots of job. Stick with me.
Stick with me.
Never even know you're there.
You follow
Okay,
my
so
lead.
can we do this?
Stick
Train
with
one
me,
level in sneak.
and they'll never even know
And
you're
pickpocket
there.
it back. Oh,
One
67%.
thing to say you've got the skills
Afraid
to
of getting your hands dirty.
Another to actually use them.
Would Brynjolf be disappointed or proud that you stole daggers from him while he was talking? He'd probably think that was a baller move. Okay. Oh wow, okay, 67 was the good
It's been a long time
chance.
since anyone joined us. Seems like people are in a rush to leave.
Nice. Okay,
All
we
eyes
nagged
are
it.
on you, lad. Don't disappoint us.
Delvin needs to blow his nose. Right. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. This is how I normally talk. I don't need to blow my bloody nose.
Something I can help with, or do you just want to talk?
I'll tell you what we do need to
This
do,
better
though. I'll
be
show you guys
important.
the
I'm quite
glitch with
busy.
the Mercer cutscene. Take his sword. Oh, can you not do that? I thought I had that perk point. Yeah, I just took... Hold on a minute.
This better be important.
He probably is not allowed to see me. Take off the armor. Drink an invisibility potion. What?
Better be important. I'm quite
Bro.
busy.
I want to take that sword off of him. I'm gonna probably dip, look for books to read, and wake up my cat. Sounds good, man. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, the boots are the pickpocket chance. Cool.
If you need pickpocket training, just
Who's
let
the
me
archery
know.
guy?
I think you're all right.
Need any more pickpocket
In fact,
training?
I'm kind of impressed how well you're doing around.
I'll show you what I know.
Just
God damn, so much money.
If you ever need
I've
more
never seen anyone with skills
just
like
grab
yours.
it.
I just wanted to let you know that if you need anything, you can talk.
I've always wondered why Glover and Delvin don't have the same accents.
Do you need something?
Yeah. It is a little bit weird. Glover Mallory's the name. Kind of funny that he refers to you as Brynjolf's new protege during the whole quest line until you become the new guildmaster. It is pretty odd.
You have committed crimes against Sky. I can make all your problems with done. Now move along, before you get me in trouble.
I guess I could train smithing with this guy and pickpocket him.
Come to see Balaman perform.
Oh wait, no,
miracles with
Speechcraft.
steel,
Hold on.
eh?
Speechcraft. Who's a Speechcraft trainer? Viarmo. Solitude. Speechcraft. I need that skill. Skill's gonna change my life. What games do you think they will say inspired things for Elder Scrolls 6? Definitely, The Witcher 3 is going to be an inspiration in some ways, I'd imagine, because that game was huge. Baldur's Gate 3 should have some influence on Elder Scrolls 3. I almost said Elder's Gate. But Elder Scrolls 6... I think I just got my sentences all mixed up there, but you know what I meant. What other big fantasy games have come out recently? I don't know. I would hope they take some notes from Pillars as well, but Pillars is kind of a
Bard's College. I'm the headmaster.
bit of an underground series as far as I can tell.
Right place.
If you guys are interested in Pillars of Eternity, though, I've got 2 lore videos on my channel. Just saying.
I see.
Or 1 lore video. Sorry.
I should return to my papers.
Practice.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Welcome to Solitude.
Dude,
home
shut
of the
up.
arts here in Skyrim.
Not Viarmo. Yeah, this guy. You right.
You're not
Oh,
getting anything from me.
Oops. No, Serrata, down. Down. Stop. leave him alone.
This time.
Okay. You actually need to go away.
Not much. As far as I know, though, it's never been held by a vampire. That would be a new one.
This quest is so underwhelming if you side
No.
against the Dark Brotherhood. Is it?
Alright. I'll meet you at Darkfall Cave.
Oh, she goes to Darkfall Cave. Cool.
Wait, I know you.
Oh, the guard showed up. That's funny. Where did this guy go? He ran in here.
Good evening. I'm Pantia Atia, the master vocal. Think you
God
can
damn it.
steal from me?
By order of the Yard. Stop.
Hey, buddy, I'm with the
All right,
guild.
all right. Just keep your voice down.
Yeah, in
and
case you
don't
didn't
let
know.
me catch you.
Okay, just do that. This guy... Where did he go? Did he just, like, run away? There he is.
What a fat. Well, you've come to the right place.
What are we thinking? I'm gonna do more health. Health is always good. Just gonna put this perk here.
What do you need?
Elder Scrolls
Well,
6,
you've come to
Baldur's
the right
Ring.
place.
I'd love that. Okay.
Well, you've come to the right place.
I'm gonna wait for him to fall back asleep, actually, and then I'll take this money off of him. Keep waking the poor guy up from his nap. It's his fault for being so sleepy. There we go. That's a good boost.
I suppose I should return to my papers.
Pro's talking in his sleep. I suppose I should return to my papers. Nice. If we can get one more pickpocket level up, then we can get our speech up to 50.
Remember, being a bard isn't just about the music.
Dude, he is talking in his sleep. That's crazy.
Remember,
Sleep is for the weak. I used to say that all the time because of Isran. Remember, sleep is for the weak. I can't get my voice that low. Sleep is for the weak. Average day in Romania. I think I should get back to my papers.
Filthy pickpocket.
It's okay. Serrano's not here.
Stop. In the name, you have committed crimes against. All right, all right. Just keep your voice
Youngest
down.
bard
And
at
don't
the
let me.
bard's-
Do you think they actually just told these guys, do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression
Order
and
of
you've got the
yard.
job?
Stop right there. Smart.
Isran and
Go
Castles
cast your
is
fancy
crazy.
magic
Yeah, it's
someplace
insane.
else. I've got a lot of respect for the Restoration School.
I was gonna guess the Ebony Warrior. Yeah, that's a good guess, actually. I think that in Castles, all of the armor is just that armor set, basically, but with different colors, no matter what character they are. So, like, there's no Dawnguard armor in that game yet. Which I'm sure, like, there's usually this thing that happens with Bethesda games where they're like, oh, the game's good now, but it'll be like 5 years after launch. Like Fallout 76, people always say, oh, it's good now, you should play it now. Fool me once.
My position. Well, you've come to the right place.
If Isran and Castles is insane, look at Tiber Septim in there, yeah. God damn it, he went back to sleep.
Fascinating time to be alive. Mark me, these days will be remembered long after we're gone. If you love him, well, you've come to the right place.
Oh, you thought it was Freya because of
What
the
do you
dual
need?
axes? That makes sense.
Well, you've come to the right place.
I love looking straight at someone in the eyes and pickpocketing them. Come on. I still need to get 6 levels in pickpocket.
I suppose I should return to my papers.
I suppose I should return to my papers. I might make that my sub noise on Twitch. I love that. Suppose I should return to my papers. I'm gonna start using that as an excuse. Okay. What else? Where else can I pickpocket? Pickpocket people in Markarth. There's tons of guards in Markarth. Easy way to get out of any conversation. You're right, Alexis. I suppose I should return to my papers. It's really not that funny, is it? But I think it's hilarious.
You want to give up now? Out of fear? Is that what we're going to teach our...
Come on in. The Silverblood Inn has plenty of strong drink, and you...
I always like lead this guy to the Boethia
How about a little
execution.
Don't
Okay.
mind the yelling. My parents are always going at each other.
I'm
Oops.
what you'd call a soldier of fortune. Make me an offer, and I just might fight at your side.
It's the intonation that sells it, yeah. Dude, do they really
Unlike my
need
husband,
2
Clever,
people
I
stabbed
watch after
to
our
to
guests.
sweep the floors in here? Still looks like shit.
Father Klepper is the one you want to talk to. I just clean up.
I'm just here to... No.
Am I trying to get gold? No, I'm trying to level up pickpocket so that way I can refund all of the skills that I was using earlier in this playthrough.
You don't know anything about this house? No.
Could get the Mace of Molag Bal. It's a pretty easy quest, isn't it? You just run up. I guess there's Forsworn to fight. Never mind, I don't want to do that. Love it when family issues unfold in public right in front of the city's entrance. Yeah, you'd think they'd try to keep it down a little bit. Here's yet another guy sweeping the floors.
I work for the Silverbloods. Help clean.
I didn't ask. I work for the Silverbloods. Okay. Why can't I just take this? People casually keep cooked beef in their inventory. Yeah, you don't keep cooked beef in your IRL inventory. Can't you reverse pickpocket stuff and pickpocket it back and repeat? I don't think you get XP for doing that. Maybe you do. Okay, if I could leave this... Yeah, thank you.
I'm married to Thonar Silverblood. Keep that in mind. Think you can steal?
I saw that.
Oh,
It wasn't
no,
me.
you don't.
Please, someone do something.
Skyrim NPCs not tell the player their entire life story. Unprompted challenge. Impossible.
Going to cry now? Huh?
It's gonna boost my heavy armor. And my light armor. I might keep these boots on.
Come quietly or taste the Jarl by the order of the Jarl. Since you put it that way,
My husband
I think we
Thonar
can
handles all
overlook
our
your
family's...
crime. Now.
You can reverse pickpocket? I'll try it on this guy. Give him, oops, wrong button. We'll give him this. Take it back. Give him, oh, keep hitting the wrong button. Give him this.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and... Smart.
Okay, well now he just has my amulet.
Don't think you can part with me like I'm one of those damn shopkeepers. Lightly armor means light on your feet. Smart.
Everyone always have my pockets filled with beef stew IRL.
What is this?
I mean, it's smart. That way you'll never go hungry. I get it.
What you call it? In the Legion, we would have called it useless. Look how brittle
The hag's cure is here for all your discreet needs.
Feels nice and warm as well. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows if you put beef stew in your pocket, it'll never get cold. That's a fact. That's a fact about the Earth. I guess we go pickpocket the Jarl. He's probably got some good shit in his pockets. Do you like the 90% cap? 90% cap on what? Ooh, a Staff of Frostbite. That'll do. For some reason, staves always level you up a ton. Oh, the 90% cap on pickpocket chance. No, I don't. I think that if you're good at something, like in D&D, I don't like rolling ones on skill checks and then not being able to do it. I think it's funny, but I think if you're really that good at something, then
You have committed crimes.
you know, typically you're not
Since
going
you
to
put
fail.
it that way, I think we can overlook your...
There we go. Okay, I'll keep that stuff in his inventory if I ever need to come back and do this again. We're going to legendary the skill. Now we have 7 perk points. We can reallocate our build a little bit better. And then once we get to Mirak and we do his boss fight, this shouldn't be an issue anymore. I do want some conjuration for the bound weapons. I like all those. I guess I do want this as well, because I want to get bound bow. I think that's either apprentice or adept. And I do want some restoration as well. There we go. That'll be good enough for now.
Wait, I know
it's more in line with what we're actually doing. Favorite hold? It's between Markarth and Riften, or the Reach and the Rift. I just like their aesthetics more. Need some formula where you can reach 100. It just gets harder and harder, diminishing returns. That'd be cool. Broke into a the Redoran vaults in Morrowind. Shit ton of valuable stuff worth hundreds of thousands. Problem is there's no one to sell them to. Yeah, you got to do that like reverse selling thing to the Mudcrab merchant. It's the easiest way. Or that one guy in Mournhold. He's got a lot of money too. Isn't Mirac just a Dagoth Ur knockoff? Both use dreams to communicate. You know, the dream thing was never really properly fleshed out, I felt, on Solstheim. Did anyone else get that feel? Like, he's in people's dreams, but then I don't know why. He's just kind of like manipulating people somehow. Okay, now that I can sell anything to anyone, it's gonna be a lot nicer.
Mallory's the name. Take a look.
Should also get some of this.
You tell Cresius
actually improve my gear. Okay, now we're playing Skyrim. Now we're crafting.
Be careful.
To talk to the East Empire guy, give him these pendants.
Want to buy anything, or just laugh at our misfortunes?
Mining gear? No, it's an... They gave them to the... They're no longer being made, so they've... Here's your coin. Keep bringing me more, and I'll keep paying you for them. The East Empire...
Bound Sword is novice or apprentice? It's novice, but I think Bound Bow is apprentice or adept. I really liked how with high relations in Mercantile you can sell things at higher prices and buy it lower in Morrowind. I think it's the same thing in oh, I guess there's not relations, you're right. But it is generally the same. The NPC chant his speech, that's cool. Yeah, totally. That part is cool. Felt more like hypnosis than dreams in the case of Mirac IMO. Yeah, that's true. I just still don't know the mode that he was doing that with, just sort of as a thing. They don't really flesh on it. Solstheim music is great. Yes, I fucking love Solstheim. One of my favorite areas. I know the enemies are super tough here, but I don't mind. Buy a weapon and upgrade it? Maybe. I don't have that much money though. I like the bound weapons too. I like that they soul trap automatically now. Now we'll have a much easier time breezing through with enchanting too. I've got all these soul gems that'll actually be filled up. Soul capture. Eruption of Red Mountain is probably the saddest thing that happened in Testlore. It's really crazy that they made that decision, honestly. Like, it's such a huge decision for them to have made, to just blow up Morrowind. I want to go see Neloth. That's the main reason I came here, because I know he's got Bound Dagger, which is a super cost-effective way to boost up your conjuration spells. At the end of the Septim Bloodline with Martin's sacrifice. I feel like I missed part of that message. Dunmer names be cooking like cock and de balls. Love that. Do you think the Dragonborn would use, or what do you think the Dragonborn would use and do lore-wise? Probably just the stuff that we see in the trailers, like steel sword, studded armor. Solstheim is strange without Nyx Hounds. Skyrim and Morrowind feel the same to play, but Oblivion feels completely different. Yeah, there's a very similar vibe that Morrowind and Skyrim bring off, and I think a lot of it is because of the scaling of both of these games. The scaling of Morrowind and Skyrim is similar in that you out-level the enemies at a certain point, where Oblivion, the enemies are always difficult in that game. Which is not necessarily a good thing. In fact, it's a pretty bad thing. Oh, Argonian! My favorite Elder Scrolls character. Look, everyone, it's Argonian. You know, I might just let Argonian beat me up for a bit and see if that does anything to my block skill significantly. Love how the Argonians raided Morrowind once, and people in the community look at them worse than the Dunmer for enslaving them. I don't know if anyone looks at the Argonians worse than the Dunmer, to be fair. It's just that their current government, the Anzalil, is dangerous. Yo, it's Argonian! Oh my god, dude's got a stash going on. We were talking about that one guy having raw beef in his inventory. Look at this guy's pockets. Filled with mead and meat. Dude, my cousin, he makes mead. Well, he's my cousin's husband. I guess him and my cousin both make mead. But he brought some to this camping trip that we did. And I drank mead for the first time. It was really good. Entire leg of goat. Yeah, man. Rest in peace, John Argonian. I feel like the aesthetic of Skyrim and Morrowind is closer than either one is to Oblivion. Oblivion's much brighter and happier than the other games. I think that is the thing that most people think of when they think of Oblivion, is that it's just a more peaceful experience. More peaceful looking, anyway. Hello, Siltstrider. Oblivion feels like another franchise? I wouldn't say so. I think they all feel like Elder Scrolls to me. I like Oblivion quite a bit, though. Can we get the Deathbrand armor? Deathbrand might be a good boost in power. I don't think the chests spawn until you get the piece of paper, though, until you get the map. Important question, best way to fight dwarven spiders and such? With M1. I don't know. I don't know if there's a best way to fight dwarven spiders. I do a lot of third person in this game, so I play already differently than a lot of other people do. I like to see my animations. Oh, no way, I had Tel Mithryn unlocked. That's right, I came here before. Well, it was a fun walk. We got to see John Argonian. Can't imagine what Elder Scrolls 6 will be like without Jeremy Soule. Yeah, he got into some trouble, right? Got into some weird sex stuff trouble. Can't imagine what Elder Scrolls 6 will be like without Jeremy Soule. I already read that, dude. I'm going nuts. It's that point in the stream where I'm going nuts. I mean, like fire or lightning or melee. Probably fire, right? Be the best way to go about that. Also very important. I need these. Now I can't run. God damn it. We'll sell Neloth some stuff.
You again? Didn't I see you in Ravenrock?
The art style in Morrowind and
This
Skyrim
is
are
a
pretty
Talvani
consistent, however,
tower.
Oblivion looks like
It's my
Potato
citadel,
Land.
grown from the
Yeah, I think
spores
they
of
were
the
definitely
giant
trying
fungus
something new with those
found
player
in
models in
Morrowind. Back
Oblivion,
in the
weren't they?
homeland, there are other Telvanni wizards that have them as well.
Did you see the new test mobile game? The last video on my channel
Telvanni,
is a review of that
greatest
game.
of us, grow.
I did
Together
see
we
it. It
form-
was
I am like,
pretty bad.
if you make yourself useful around here, I might just let you use.
Jeremy's overrated, to be honest?
see
I
better
don't
now.
think so.
I suppose I could dig up a staff or two for you.
Okay. Well, he doesn't have Bound Dagger. Do I need to do his quest?
That woman is never around. Well, find her. Tell her I want apple cabbage stew with some canis root tea. Finally, someone who recognizes my
Talvis has the
importance
dagger, okay.
around here. Now, where did I put... Oh, have you found Mostly staffs. They're my specialty.
Okay, I do need to sell him something.
That's that, then.
should any... Thank you.
Wish Talbus would help me.
I'll keep Master Neloth distracted.
What do you think the MC in Test 6 will be special with? I hope nothing. I hope nothing. They need to stop with the powers for the main characters. It's getting a bit gimmicky. I did not know they could do that, actually. Shoot it again. Yeah, I hope that they don't do anything. Do you think Devaith Fear is still alive? That's a good question. I don't know. Thoughts on Fudge Muppet's ideal Skyrim video? I don't really watch Fudge Muppet, and I think that those kind of videos are like, not super helpful. Like, Zarek Zakaron has a series, I think, called like If Skyrim Was Good, and it's a lot of like nitpicky stuff that's not in the game. And granted, like, I can nitpick for sure, but I'd rather criticize the game that we have than like make up a whole new one in my head.
Let's see how he decides to clean it up.
So I don't know. I haven't seen the video.
If I could get, I've made this. Of course.
Neloth really hypes himself up by saying he has a staff enchanter, but staves don't seem that complex to me, so it feels like such a nothing statement. I've never used this thing once, if I'm being honest with you. I'd like to start in the wilderness instead of a prison. Well, that's another thing with Todd Howard, man. He's obsessed with the with the Fallout thing, where you have to start in a vault every time. It's like every Elder Scrolls game. Oh, gotta start in a prison. And it doesn't, like, I know people think, like, the prisoner theory is a whole thing. I don't really think so. I think it's just a weird obsession that Todd has, and it doesn't go much deeper than that. So yeah.
Have you destroyed the Ash Guardian yet?
I think sword singing could be fine, as long as there's a good number of NPCs that can use it as well. I just don't really think we need it, you know?
So, you wish to master the arcane arts.
Okay, bound bow, bound dagger. Sell him that staff right back. Get rid of the bowl. To be honest, Elder Scrolls needs to stay away from prophecy. I think, like, in the case of Morrowind, the prophecy works really well. But yeah, I don't know. It's a interesting writing trope to get yourself stuck in, because if you make a prophecy, then you're confined to that prophecy. The 10th Divine. I don't hate the idea of another Divine, but it would be really, really hard to do. Like, if you could write it well, good on you, but I don't know if that could be integrated without causing a riot. Oh, I need to learn the books. I always forget to do that. Okay, well now we have an actual ranged option. And I am going to go to my favorite conjuration spot. I know they won't, but I'd love an alternate start mechanic in Test 6. That would be cool too. If integrated properly. I mean, I'd like them to focus on making like a good, you know, a good story, first and foremost. Story's the main thing that I care about with these games. Gameplay's nice. It's why Skyrim has stayed relevant, because the gameplay's actually good. Yeah, we need to go south. Oh. Oh, yeah, I guess I shouldn't have come here. You're right. dragon too. That's great. Oh my god, hello. Okay. I don't have magicka to cast Bound Bow. What? How much magic do I have total? 154 and it's 159. Wow. Alright. I guess we'll use the Staff of Frostbite. If necessary. I don't need to lower the difficulty. It's all good. I wanted to do my Skyrim level 1 challenge, because I've beaten the game at level 1 before. I think that would be fun content for the second channel. Wait, I know... Oh wait, we have Arvak, I don't need to do that. Do you think Test 6 will have dragons, and if it does, how would you feel about it? I think they have a cap. You can have 3 dragons. You can have a Parthenax cameo if you want, and you can have like 2 dragon fights. You could have Durnavir come back if you wanted to. You could have like 2 actual dragon fights, and that's it. That's all you get. For nostalgia's sake. I'm actually really surprised we never got a... well, I mean, we got the Oblivion portal with Creation Club. But I'm surprised we didn't get like a proper, like, Daedric Kinreeve or something in this game that we could talk to about Oblivion at least, just for like one interaction. It would be cool if the last Dragonborn became the 10th Divine in front of the entire Alternate Dominion. I wouldn't want them to do another Divine rising to, like, a mortal becoming a Divine. It's already kind of, like, sketchy with Tiber. Okay, so this is the spot that I used to go to when I was a kid. And what you do is you sit right up here. I'm gonna aggro this guy. Drop this shit first, though. Okay. So I guess I'm not going to use the staff to do it. Or flames. I have a feeling this isn't going to... There we go. Okay. So we aggro this guy. And then we just sit up here and we summon our found weapons. And this is how you level Conjuration. Tiber's not sketchy. If he was, then how do you get a blessing from his shrine? You should Google the Arcturian Heresy. That's what I'm talking about there, with that being sketchy. I'm not saying that Talos isn't real. Oh, we need to get equilibrium for this to be as effective as it can be. I don't want to do the entire college quest. Peak gameplay, yeah. Absolute peak. So many little leveling glitches in this game. I'm diseased. That's unfortunate. You could always cast Soul Trap on dead wolves. I did not know about that one. I bet we could take on a giant now, though. I bet we could. And I want to use this bound bow. Alright, I'm gonna go fight this guy once bound sword comes back. Good old Muffle for illusion. Oh yeah, just walk around Skyrim casting Muffle. Favorite Skyrim player home? I'd like the one in Markarth. I forget what that one's called. The one in Windhelm is good. I don't really like the location of it. It's kind of stuffed back in the corner. Not a big fan of that, but... Oh, I guess I could use a giant to level block, couldn't I? That'd be a lot smarter. Yeah, look at that. Solitude and Windhelm. Yeah, those are good. Grifton's got a good house. I don't like Breezeholm. Breezeholm's way too small. Oops. Ouch. Quick save. Ah, okay. We're alive. Used Odin Magic Overhaul. It has a spell that allows to make others invisible. That in the tavern, and the XP is insane. Oh, I could imagine. That sounds wild, because invisibility gives you a ton, doesn't it? See if we can get our block up to like 60, and then we'll leave this guy alone. Because that should be enough to level me up to. I'm trying to join the Skyrim space program. I might be there soon, if I'm not careful. Okay, block up to... Okay, well I want to get a level out of this at least. We're going to be leveled in such a strange way. We've got, like, such an unoptimized build going on. But it's fucking Skyrim, it doesn't matter. Builds don't mean anything in this game. Do you think they should add back durability in Elder Scrolls 6? Hell no. I hate durability. I used to be like a big proponent of it. I was like, yeah, the games are more complex when we had durability in them. Nah, it's not fun. It's not fun to micromanage. It's like carry weight. I'm honestly at the point where carry weight is stupid to me. Like, I don't care. I want it in my inventory. I want to just pick it up and not worry about it. I don't want to have the real-life problem of back pain. It's like the first perk that I usually go for in Fallout 4 is the one where you can fast travel while you're over-encumbered. Loot Goblin mindset, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Done that. Done did that. What Magicka? Oops. Okay, I want to get this. What about spellcrafting? Spellcrafting should absolutely be in the next game. 100%. Okay. We're gonna go into the actual DLC area now. Why carry weight if camp/chest/party staff stash is infinite and accessible from anywhere, right? Exactly. Pillars of Eternity mindset. Oops. I mean, honestly, carry weight adds nothing to a game. It just makes things more obnoxious. Oh, Jesus Christ, I got bodied right there. Wow. I need to get some better armor, to be fair. Do you think Elder Scrolls 6 should be set in both High Rock and Hammerfell? No. Nope. I think they would lose their focus. I want to see one region fleshed out very well. Let's do Call of Valor. Let's do that. Oh, wow. Smart. I should get disarmed. Oops. I remember being very disappointed. Wow, that shout sucks. Help me! God. Oh my lord. He's fucking dead! He's fucking just dead. Wow. What a horrible spell.
Brilliant.
Plus, if you really want to see the Iliac Bay, you can go play Daggerfall. Like, I don't see the point in redoing Daggerfall. We only have 5 games in this series. I'd like to see more places on the map, and especially non-human places. That's my main thing with it. I guess there is more micromanaging shit that I could do. Settlement building will be really cool in the context of TES. Again, in theory, yes. I disagree though. I think Bethesda's going to use that as an excuse to make less complex cities. I think they're going to just be like, oh, you guys like making your own bases, so we're not going to make any cities this time. How about you just do it in this empty plot of land? But I'm just super cynical with Bethesda these days, so
I don't claim.
Could be a me
Blades,
issue.
helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Oh, I should be on ebony weapons at this point. Yikes. Is it steel that I needed
Don't
or
forget
iron?
to check inside the shop if you need
I
it.
can always use both, but... Okay, it was iron.
I help my
Crafting
father
skills are kind of
with
necessary.
finest weapons and armor.
Honestly, fuck them. Do 10.
All right then.
Be honest,
Need something?
skeptical on Bethesda is wise. Yeah, I think that everybody should be at this point. We haven't been given a reason to trust them in any way, shape, or form. Yay, lore!
Waiting. Mm-hmm.
Do you think we'll ever see Black Marsh in a main series game? Probably not, but I would love to see it in a side game. I think they should do more spin-offs, just make them
Come to chat with
not
an
shit,
old woman, hmm?
which is kind of a
Do your good deed.
crazy radical concept, I know, but
Talos is the true god of man.
Can't meet
I think if they just focused on side projects that are actually good, then people would play them. I wonder if they'll go to the Fallout 4 experience and perk system or try to perfect the skills level by use system. I hope they don't make it an XP based thing. I like that in Elder Scrolls the use of your skills is what levels them up and it's not like experience points.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors.
I think absorb health is the best one you can do, right? Doesn't matter. Maybe it was fear. No. Ooh, turn undead's pretty good. But I think it is absorb health. I want a game set in Black Marsh made by FromSoft. Ooh, that'd be crazy. They'd probably go wild with that. Plus Miyazaki loves his poison swamps, so. Guess I'll upgrade my armor a little bit. Do I not have Fortify one-handed? That's kind of crazy. Did you make Skyrim Civil War in this save? I have not done the Skyrim Civil War yet. Fuck the crafting skills, proceeds to train them. You need them for XP.
Go cause your fancy magic someplace else.
Definitely need them for XP. And I mean, it's like you said, they are necessary, but I don't like the crafting skills. You wouldn't be a viewer of Griffin Gaming, would you, by any chance? No, I am not. I do not know who that is. Plot twist: the Erd Tree is just a really weird-looking hist. It'd be funny. Okay, oh my fucking god, dude. God damn it. If I just had one of these guys to deal with, that would be one thing. But this asshole shooting arrows at me, not a fan of that. That sucked. Ooh, right in the fucking head. Now that I'm here on my first stream with you, I'd like to ask you about your experience with ESO. I love the aesthetic and the lore, but the gameplay loop has made me feeling rather bored. Well, first of all, welcome to the stream. Second, how do you play ESO? Like, what's your experience with it? Do you play it as like solo? Do you just like walk around the and do quests, or are you more of like a dungeon explorer? Like, there's tons of different ways to play that game. I hate that the training is capped to 5 per level. It's not ideal, but it kind of keeps the game a little balanced. Not that I think they need to have, like... You don't need to balance a single-player game. I think you should let people be able to break it however they want. There's no real consequence.
That's all you got?
They're tanky for people in bone and pelts. Yeah, they're tough as shit. I am worried about going into this this DLC area, but oh well. The main thing with ESO that I would say, you should look up a build video and see like a fun solo build. Work your way towards getting that build in order. I have a really fun solo build, if you'd like to check that out at some point. I do need to play more ESO. But just get a build with a lot of sustain, be a DPS player that has a lot of sustain, and you can do basically all of the overworld content.
What now? I knew you'd miss me.
By yourself. Solo for sure, I'm aware that it's much more fun with friends. Stamina build with a Necromancer. Okay, cool. I've never played a Stam Necromancer, but I do play Stamina Sorcerer, and Stamina Sorc is super fun. My Stamina Sorc is an orc, so I call him my Stam Sorc orc. Lots of fun. Do a two-handed build with some undaunted abilities, and yeah, I don't know. I'd have to like show you the build. It does have some high-level gear attached to it, but there is like a starter build you can do. It helps to know people in the community as well. So even if you're going to play solo, like I play solo most of the time, even if you're going to play ESO solo, you should join a guild. And that guild, whether it's like a crafting guild or a social guild or whatever, there will be people in that guild that will help you with the game. Everybody in that community is very like helpful and supportive. So yeah, just find some people. You can get access to a guild bank. I've thought of making, I don't know if you guys would be down for like a Dareloth community guild, but I've thought about doing that at some point. I just don't really have a whole lot of ESO content on my channel, but I think that would be good for new players. But yeah, so I feel like I have more to say, but I can't think of anything at the moment. But yeah, find a good solo build, and then you can do most of the overworld stuff. You do pretty much need to do dungeons in order to get meta gear. And doing zone clears is really good, so that's basically where you go through a zone, and you can go through with a friend. It does make it a lot nicer if you've got somebody to do it with you. Go through with a friend, gain all the sky shards in one zone, complete all the quests, and you'll get some decent levels out of it, especially if you use double XP scrolls. That's a good way to go. You basically want to, like, what I always do whenever I start a new character is I power level to 50, because ESO is not that fun when you're below level 50, in my opinion. And specifically when you're below level 15 in that game, they don't give you access to double bars, so you only have one bar to play with. Once you unlock that second bar at level 15, the game opens up a lot more because you have 10 abilities to work with and 2 ultimates rather than 5 and 1. So yeah, there's a spot in Deshaun where I go to farm all the time for XP. A lot easier, in my opinion, than the Dolmen loop in Alakir Desert, but what you also have to remember is that the loop that I'm talking about is at the Obsidian Gorge. That loop is only good if you're able to do like sufficient damage to kill the enemies there by yourself. If you're playing a support character or a tank character, you should stick with the Dolmen route. What more? Doing a dungeon every day will basically guarantee you a level as well. Guarantee you a level up. And then once you hit 50, you get access to champion points, so those are a lot of fun to sort of like further narrow your build. And champion points are, you're able to use them on every character. Once you get one character to 50, you can use all of your champion points from that account on every single new character that you create too. So it gives your characters a power boost at the beginning of every playthrough. What is your favorite ESO faction of the 3 Interregnum factions? I would say probably the Daggerfall Covenant.
You have nothing
I don't really play them though, because I find their faction loop to be a little bit like it's a lot longer than the other ones. It feels like in Glenumbra by itself you have 16 parts of the main quest there, whereas I think most of the other starter zones have like 9.
Oriel, Oriel, Halkosh, Akatosh, so many different names for the sovereign of the Snow Elves.
I do have access to some guilds, and I usually use them to sell my personals. I've gotten to like level 306, however. Oh, so you are level 50, like your champion 306?
The name Falmer usually holds a negative meaning to most travelers. Those twisted creatures, of course, I can help you get it. But first, I need you to kill Archcurate Vertha, my brother, the kinship. It was the betrayed. They swept into the Chantry without warning. The Chantry, they slaughtered everyone. But something's wrong. Leaving and an assault on the betrayed Yes, let me show you.
Like, this is something you could have a cutscene for, right here, and it would be way cooler than him just walking over and casting Mage Light. you have a separate chat open, or are they not showing up for me? Also, yeah, I am lacking with the Undaunted quest, though. Yeah, you gotta get your Undaunted quest done. Definitely do a dungeon every single day. Try to get those Undaunted keys. Monster sets are like the meta, so you gotta kind of have a monster set. It's just efficient, because there's 12 armor slots, so...
Once the initiate completed his mantras,
I do not have a separate chat, so you might be filtering by top chat instead of live chat. If you click live chat, you'll see everyone's chats coming through at the same time. Top chat's just going to show you a select view. Is this Anniversary Edition? No, this is Special Edition, actually. I don't play the Anniversary Edition. I don't like all the Creation Club stuff that they added. I would love to play ESO, but I never bought it because I don't have money, and there isn't a regional pricing in my country. Even if I buy it, there's no one to play with. There's always someone to play it with, for sure. You can always find somebody, like in zone chat, you can just find somebody that'll play with you. But
I know how it all
I get what you mean. And also, ESO is like $10, but if they're still selling it for 60 wherever you're at, that is really fucked up.
The first lay at the end of. There are 5.
Make ESO sound like a third job. For a lot of people, it is. I won't say I'm friends with the guy because I haven't talked to him in years, but I used to be in a guild. And the guild leader used to get on every single day, and he would spend like an hour just doing inventory management. Like, he would tell me about it. He's like, yeah, get on, man. And I'm just like, you know, in the fucking menu, sorting all this shit out that everyone puts in my guild bank. So I used to have this concurring joke with him because people used to put a bunch of bait. Like, you can fish in that game, and people would put bait inside the guild hall. So I would mail him personally every single worm that I picked up. Like, here you go. I take on Necromancy. I think Necromancy is pretty cool. It's pretty fucked up, but it's pretty cool.
Who's there?
Here's these little gremlins. Isn't it funny that Falmer don't have black souls? For me, there's never a difference between top chat and live chat. Really? For me, it is. Sometimes I'll be in stream, and my default is top chat, but I always change it to live chat so I can see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, there's a big difference when I swap sometimes. DLC is locked to certain zones, like elsewhere, Skyrim, for example. Or are you answering someone else? DLC is locked to certain zones, like elsewhere, Skyrim, for example. Pay a subscription to explore everything, or buy individual DLCs. Yes. Why do you think ESO is so addicting? Oh, definitely because of, like, anything that's going to make you grind, you're going to be addicted to. It's also got, like, you know, fun things that you can unlock in late game, honestly, so it's part of the reason that makes it so fun. All good, like, MMOs and things that are going to take up a lot of your time, too, have really fun endgame items, or endgame builds. So, that's one thing with a lot of MMOs too, like, people always say the end game for ESO is fashion, because one of the biggest things that you do once you hit level 50, you start grinding for motifs to make your character look cool, or you start grinding for money to buy a house. Like, it is actually an IRL, well, not IRL, it's like a not IRL job that you can invest time into.
Where'd you come from?
There's a lot of aspects of ESO that I enjoy, and then there's a lot that I don't enjoy. I go through my ESO in phases.
Who's there?
Agreed, Anniversary Edition has too much content spam. Yeah, it's content spam that's not integrated well. So it's just wantonly thrown about, and it's really I think it tarnishes the reputation of this game. Because you'll go from like having a fairly well put together quest to having like a quest with 0 voice acting. And you just kind of have to know which ones are from the anniversary and which ones aren't. Otherwise you'll think that that this game is like that this game has shitty quests by itself, but it doesn't. It's got some undercooked quests for sure, but I would never say this game is shitty. But I think there's a lot of shitty content that's been thrown in, and that's particularly bad for like new players, like people who buy this game for their first time. Because again, like I talked about earlier today in my video, okay, this is super disorienting. I can't fucking see. Like I talked about today though in my video, I don't know how many young people are playing these games anymore. So you gotta think, this could be like, the Anniversary Edition could be someone's first time ever experiencing Skyrim. And then there's just all this weird shit that they added into the game. Like, I would have been fine if they just added armors into the game, or something like that. But they didn't. They went full crazy and they added a bunch of ridiculous shit. Like the Staff of Worms is just in a is in a dungeon already, or in a dungeon that was like already there, if I'm not mistaken. They just added it in as an item. They won't even let us disable Creation Club on console. Well, that's the brilliant thing with me. Since I started playing on PC, I just haven't even bought the Creation Club stuff. I bought none of it. I bought none of the Anniversary Edition this time around. And I am so happy for it. Because this is the Skyrim that I love. I do not like any... like, I did a full playthrough with the Creation Club stuff. I think I did every single Creation Club thing. And I was like, I think I hate this game now. I think I genuinely just hate this game with this content in it. Know that anyone that plays Skyrim for the first time will experience Anniversary Edition sucks. Yeah, and it's stuff that I don't think the devs really thought about. They were just like, oh, people will like new content, they'll pay for that. They're not thinking about the longevity of their game. They're just thinking about how they can make some money. Which has been Bethesda's MO lately. So how can we make more money? As a huge Elder Scrolls fan, I'm very concerned about Bethesda handling Elder Scrolls 6. They're going to ruin it. Oh yeah, just have 0 expectations and you'll be kind of happy when it comes out. Being kind of happy is better than being disappointed. Well, you'll be disappointed, but it's better than hyping yourself up. Like, this was the thing with Starfield too. I could not believe. Do you guys follow? Like, raise your hand in chat if you follow Bethesda Game Studios on Instagram. I'm gonna die here. Ah, fuck. So, okay, so it's seeming like a lot of people don't. So, Bethesda Game Studios on Instagram is one of the weirdest little pockets of the internet. Because, like, for the longest time before Starfield was coming out, I used to check their comments when they'd make posts about it. Because I was like, I've been a Starfield hater since day one. Like, not since day one that it was released. Like, since day one it was announced. I was like, this game's gonna fucking suck. And here I am. Here I am, you know, proven correct after all this time. It sucked. But the comments on those Starfield videos, I don't know if they were paid off to say shit in the comments, but like I used to see so many people in Bethesda's comments. They're like, "Oh my God, I called off work for this game. This game's gonna save my life. I'm gonna sink so much time into this. This is gonna be the best experience ever." I was like, "What crack are you guys smoking right now?" People really hype themselves up for stuff for no reason. Like they're up until 2021, we didn't even have Starfield gameplay. And people still thought that that game was going to be a masterpiece for some reason because Bethesda was doing it. Like, I think people are confused a lot of the time. Bethesda doing something does not mean that it's going to be good. In fact, it's generally the opposite. But so I see a lot of people like, you know, over the years, I've seen a lot of people saying that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be a great game. And now it's so interesting because, especially with Castle's release, you guys should go to their Instagram and look at some of their recent posts about Castles, because the top comments have all been, you guys know, like the GIF of Homelander, where he's like staring off in the distance. It's like all that type of shit, and people are like, "Oh, Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna suck," isn't it? People are finally starting to realize. I don't think I want to buy Test 6 or GTA 6 because once physical games are discontinued, I'm done with new games as far as I'm concerned. Really? Is that big of an issue for you? I mean, I like to be able to own my own stuff as well, but digital is much more convenient. What is my favorite Elder Scrolls faction? That's a very broad question. I don't know. They could just be Bethesda pay pigs, honestly. Every IP has those kind of people. Yeah, I know. And I think it's funny, though, that their bubble's finally been burst. I like the Morrowind Renaissance happening because of how bad Starfield was. Yeah. I know. A lot of people started playing Morrowind again. It was like Mickey D was a big YouTuber during that time, I remember. I remember being a part of a YouTube server. I will omit his name because he was a real big proponent for Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6. We do cover leaks and big game reviews. When Starfield released, everything fell apart for us. Yeah, dude, I mean, I was just... You gotta remember who was making that game. I've brought this up several times, but Bethesda, why anyone thought that they could design a vehicle and make it function is beyond me. Because Bethesda, their carriages don't even work in Skyrim. Their vertibirds don't even work in Fallout 4. You know, like, how are they going to design a ship that feels fun to play? It was never going to happen. And especially with how poorly designed the cities were in Fallout 4, it's like, and they didn't even want to put NPCs in Fallout 76. Their writing has been terrible. I don't know, man. It was never going to be good.
May Ariel's brilliance illuminate your path.
I think physical games requires the game to be presentable. If Bethesda releases were digital only, they'd release them in even worse states since fans will fix it for them. Well, physical games doesn't mean that you can't ever update it or anything, too.
Brilliance illuminate your path.
Like, they could still release busted games if it was physical. What is your most played second and third color deck? Probably Sorcerer. I don't know, Sorcerer or Warrior? That's a tough question. I can tell you what my least played is, of all of them, is Monk. I don't play any Monk. And I don't usually play Hlalu. Those are my two least played. Otherwise, I play a pretty healthy amount of everything, I think. Hello? Thieves Guild I like as a faction. I think it's good. It's probably my favorite in Skyrim, specifically, but as a series whole, I don't know. The Fighters Guild holds a very dear place in my heart. I think Starfield's quest writing is better than Skyrim's. I honestly cannot confirm or deny that because I haven't really played that much Starfield. Played like 2 hours of it and then I refunded it on Steam, so couldn't tell you. Did you see they released new content for Legends in Asia? Yes, I did, and the cards were AI generated. Did you guys hear that? The art for the cards appeared to be AI generated. So they caught some flack for that. Legends Asia is such a I don't even talk about that game ever.
Is that another one of those way shrines up there? I wonder where this one goes.
Welcome, Initiate. Are you prepared to honor? Then behold Ariel's gift, my child.
Part of me is hopeful for Elder Scrolls 6 if Bethesda hears the criticism for Starfield and then acts accordingly. This is Bethesda we're talking about, though. Yeah, the thing is, with Bethesda, is that they might hear the criticism, but I don't know how much they're actually going to do. The thing, too, that has really pissed me off about them, and you guys can let me know how you feel about this as well, obviously. I really like, and I talked about this again in my video that I released today, but I really like that when I play Morrowind, it feels like a different game from Skyrim. And when I play Skyrim, it feels like a different experience from Oblivion, you know, and so on and so forth. They all have this, like, uniquely distinct style, and then you go from Skyrim to Fallout 4, and you're like, okay, I mean, this kind of feels like the same game, but with guns this time. Like, they didn't really innovate a whole lot with the gameplay. They put sprint on a different button if you play on controller, but other than that, they didn't really innovate anything with their gameplay cycle. And then you go from Fallout 4 to 76, and you're like, okay, 76 is just a complete asset flip of Fallout 4, but maybe they'll do something different this time. And then the Starfield, this is another thing that set me off with Starfield. The Starfield trailer, guys, you could see reused animations from Fallout 4. And I was just like, come on, man. And Starfield did feel like a mod of Fallout 4 for me in a lot of ways when I played it. I just was not impressed. It's like disappointing. It's very disappointing. It's also kind of weird when you pick up that book, even if you've never talked to the guy. Bring that book to Urag Shrub, or Shub. I want to go kill the frost giants and do the Paragon stuff.
You've reached the way shrine of learning, Initiate.
Also, the funniest thing about Elder Scrolls 6 is that the teaser we saw in like 2018 was definitely built in Starfield's engine. I don't know if it was built in Starfield's engine. It looked like a rendered thing. Because it looked a lot nicer than Bethesda's usual games. Kind of funny how FromSoft doesn't get shit for almost making the same game each time. That's different though. I feel like that's way different. Because the gameplay is like a core part of why those games work. And when you innovate on it, like, personally, I fucking hate Dark Souls 2. I really don't like the way they messed with the combat system in that game. There's like slight adjustments you can make to the FromSoft formula, but all in all, the games would not feel the same if the gameplay was different. Because that's like literally the genre is Souls-like. But you know, Bloodborne's quite different. With the dodging system anyway. They want you to parry more in that game. Same thing with Sekiro. Plus, you know, they add like a jump button here and there. They make minor adjustments. Starfield is like Fallout 4 without VATS and have little maps random generated. Yeah. Yeah, Starfield's a whole thing. Is this vanilla Skyrim or modded? This is only modded with love. That's the only mod I've applied to it. No, this is pure vanilla. It's a more solid core experience. Elder Scrolls keeps downgrading in terms of innovation. Yes, exactly. That's why you avoid picking Arundel's journals. Go talk to Veckel. Who the hell is that? Right, yeah. I don't know. It's like they don't think when they make these things. This is such a cool fight, though. I mean, I'm gonna get my ass kicked here because my build is whack, but... yeah, that was a miss. DS2 is kind of shitty and was my first game. That was your first game ever, or your first Dark Souls game? Yeah, they really cooked with this boss fight. Like, this is honestly a better boss fight than the Alduin fights. Second while I'm healing here. Bethesda needs to hire new writers and get some good consultants to guide the process. They really should put resources into this sandbox RPG game style and go for quality over generative quantity. Yeah, that was another thing too, where I've seen a lot of arguments for them to do generated stuff like that again, and it's like, part of the reason people love Skyrim is that when you walk into Whiterun, for instance, you know every NPC. Even if they're just like a random fucking guy. Like, you can talk to this guy and you're like, I get what this guy's about. When you start adding in random NPCs in like a, you know, you try to make the cities big and you have characters going around that are just named like Wanderer. I think that's fine here and there, but you really do need to have those curated characters for people to latch onto. I actually don't want to get close to this thing right now. Let Serana face tank. Oh, I do have a level ups. Alright, I'm going in. Yeah, Larian did that miraculously. Honestly, Morrowind does that. Like, Morrowind has characters that they all at least have names. Like, you could meet, like, Bumbo Dumbadil, and they don't even really say anything, but it makes it feel like that's a person instead of like citizen number 2. Even the bandits in Morrowind actually have names. Like when you look at them, it's like I'm looting Bumbo Dumbadil. I don't know who that is, but that's at least a person that's in this world. I think we just stay right at this spot. I won't have to level up. Here we go. You're back. What did you miss? Nothing really. We've just been talking, hanging out, doing some Dawnguard stuff still. Did a lot of crafting. Do you like Far Cry Primal? It's very underrated. Love the prehistoric setting. I've never really been able to get into that period of history that much. I guess because it's not really history. It's prehistoric. So, no, and I've also never really gotten into the Far Cry games. To be honest with you. Did you do the quest in the inn? I have not gotten around to it yet. Bumbo Dumbadil? Yeah, I don't know. J.R.R. Tolkien type name. First Souls, okay. Dawnguard is goated, honestly. It's good. I think it does suffer of the 2 DLCs the most from time, because it's a very like cut and dry thing. Also, does anyone else hate the way you run with magic in both hands? Like, what is this? Who walks like this? What do you think is the most tedious to level up? Like one-handed or two-handed. It just sucks. Especially if you're trying to do a level 100 everything build. Sucks. All you do is mash M1.
You've arrived at the Way Shrine of Resolution.
Zumbo Pumbo is a real NPC in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, dude, there's... What's the guy's name? Tubin? He's the, one of the Gondians. His name's like Tubin something. And you've got, of course, my main man, Barkus Root, Wolbrun Bongle. Fucking love those names. So good. I have a question. How would the world react to, like, say, a Dunmer Dragonborn? How would the Nords react, Morrowind, etc.? Xander Tubin, yeah, that's him. I think that, like, I mean, in this game, nobody really seems to care that you're a different race and you're still the Dragonborn. It seems to be pretty generally accepted that any person can be a Dragonborn. Let's get some use out of the bound bow. I think that is what I'm doing, by the way. I'm trying to get every skill to 100. Oh, give me 1 second. Wow, most of you guys are still here. That's awesome. Thank you. Sorry, I had to go really quick, but I am back. Got myself a bowl of cereal as well. I'm going to be muting my mic and eating that. Does anyone else ever get super confused when they're going through this area? This area confuses the hell out of me. What kind of cereal? Honey bunches of oats. No muting, give us that Dareloth ASMR. I have been known to do that before. There's a whole Elder Scrolls Legends video I made where I was eating pizza rolls and I forgot to mute my mic. And so I had to go through and like just mute the mic in some spots because I had a mouthful of pizza rolls. Kind of disgusting behavior, but hey, it's okay. We move on. Oh, what the hell, man? Oh, we're way back here. I was gonna say the same, but didn't want to be weird. That's okay, you can be weird in this chat, as long as you're not weird in a bad way. Did you know Star Wars' best Jedi Master, Sifo Dyas, is almost the word for fuck? Fuck himself in Portuguese? Maybe that's what they were going for. We're honestly not that. What is going on? We're not that far back, all things considered. Gotta kill these guys and then walk a few feet. Oh, hello. I got this guy grounded at least. Honestly, things that happen in this game don't even surprise me anymore. Just like, oh, something's odd. Something odd is going on. I don't want to get caught by this guy. No, one shot. Hey, we got it. Try to get our bound bow out. Maybe not the best use of a potion, but... Hey. What lore would you like to see expanded on? For example, what the Altmer does in Elder Scrolls 6 or the conclusion of the Civil War? For me, I just want to see what's up with the rest of Tamriel as well. Yeah, I think, like, the Argonians are in a weird spot right now, lore-wise, because all that we really know about them is that the Anzalil thing happened, and also the Hist with Umbriel in 4th Era 62? Something like that? 4th Era 42 or 48? Something like that. They had a weird incident there, but I feel like we haven't really gotten like a proper idea of what exactly is going on in that province. Yeah, I mean, you know me, I'm a big Jiggalag guy, so I would like to see what Jig is up to. Such a big fan of the Dawnguard Twin Dragon Ice fight. Yeah, I'm not upset that I had to redo that. It's a fun fight. Honest to the gods, I've played Skyrim so much, I just fly to the quest markers here every playthrough now. Yeah, I don't really...
Are you prepared to
I don't really listen to the NPCs anymore, unfortunately. That was my initial idea with this playthrough, was like, I want to talk to the NPCs again, but it's much more fun to just hang out and chat with you guys.
In a cave. Anywhere, just out of this.
What's the build? Is there any backstory, or just vibes? It's basically just vibes. I was doing a stealth build for the first part, that's why I have the sneak skill there where I can zoom in. But ultimately I was just like, I've done this a lot, and my main goal is to get block to 100 so I can stampede into people, because that's just funny. And then we'll see where we go from there. I definitely have invested in magic more than I thought that I would as well. Oh, so close. Elsewhere needs some updates. Yeah. Elsewhere, I don't really like the Khajiit if I'm being real with you. But it does need some updated lore for the 4th era. Get the angle right one of these days. There we go. Do you guys see that grandpa ever on YouTube that's like a sniper? And he always plays like Sniper Elite and shit.
Where'd you come from?
Just doming people in Battlefield and Sniper Elite.
Done and done.
They're saying no to the fact that I don't like the Khajiit. Unsubscribed for Khajiit hate. Dude, okay, here's one thing that really bothers me with the Khajiit. This is real. This bothers me, okay? The Khajiit have the Alfiks, right? Those are house cats. House cats are meant to be treated and respected as any other normal race in the Elder Scrolls, in this sense. So, the existence of Khajiit Alfiks means that house cats can consent to sex in this universe. And I don't like that. I think that was an oversight. I don't really like that.
Who's there?
Khajiit depiction in Skyrim are kind of bad. Yeah, that too. What is bro yapping about? I don't want to say it again. I don't want to talk about the Khajiit. Yeah, you can't argue with that? Exactly. It's just fucked up and weird. Never thought about it, so it's on you. Hey, I'm glad to be the arbiter of this knowledge for you. House cats and Alfiks are a different thing in the lore. They don't say that. Don't give me the... That's like when people say that Babette is technically a 300-year-old vampire. Don't be a weirdo. That is a house cat. I know they're not just house cats, guys. That's not what I'm saying. It's the point that I'm trying to make with this. I also don't understand, like, how can a house cat, sorry, an Alfik, how can an Alfik, like, Jesus Christ, there we are. How can an Alfik, give birth to a, like, Senchrat? I don't understand that either. There's a lot of Khajiit stuff that I just think they were like, oh, this sounds cool. It's a whole fucking weird thing. And I think they've been stripped of a lot of their interesting, yeah, Cloud District. I think they've been stripped of a lot of their interesting lore for a while, to be fair. From the standpoint of the Elder Scrolls characters, it's probably completely normal to all of them. I don't know what to make of it. I would never partake though. Yeah, see if that's normal to them, I don't want to play these games anymore.
Where'd you come from?
Damn it. I think all Khajiit are kittens at birth. They're probably pretty small, yeah. See, this is the deep cut lore. Like, if you're designing a fantasy series, this is the type of shit that you need to think of. Because some weirdo like me is gonna think of this one day. And then you got a problem on your hand. Because it's just fucking weird. Bro, now I'm picturing a Bosmer and house cat Khajiit couple. Yeah, sorry, man. But it's in the lore. It's in the lore. Like, you think of Zaji from ESO, his mom's an Alfiq. Who did she fuck? What's his dad look like? How's that consensual? Baron Zaya is calling. Let's not forget the sins of the Daedra lore. The Daedra have some messed up lore too. Inigo is good though. Oh, I don't hate like all Khajiit people. I just think their lore is kind of whack and like it needs to be thought about a little bit more. But they've also been like, I feel like they're delegated now to this position of like, they're all portrayed as like thieves and like smarmy bastards, and their accent makes them come across as uneducated, I think, most of the time. Like, a lot of the Khajiit that you see in Skyrim feel like stereotypes of Khajiit. They don't feel like Khajiit. You can have a cool Khajiit character. I just don't really think there are a lot. What have I started? Yeah, you opened a whole can of worms. Perfectly fine with Khajiit lore not covering their sex life. Some things are better left in private. Yeah, I don't know. It's the fact that it's not covered that we're talking about it now, though. Justice for my boy Maik, yeah. Not a lizard and a cat couple. Author's barely disguised fetish, right? We're brewing up some horrible Rule 34 ideas right now. We need to stop. Yeah, that's true. This is getting dangerous. Oh, this guy was attacking it too. Oh, please, leave me be. Maik's single-handedly ruining the Khajiit culture. Yeah, because they made every character be like Maik now. I also don't understand, is there a lore reason that they don't know how to speak proper Tamrielic, or is that just another, like, weird thing about them? Like, this one. Why do they say it that way? Just bad writing? Okay, cool. That's not an accent, though. More of like a dialect, I guess. But some Khajiit have it and some Khajiit don't. Like, it seems like they're selective. Well, it's not a part of their culture, though. Queen Chimera doesn't use that speech. And I think it's because they wanted her to sound, like, not goofy. They wanted her to be a serious character, so they didn't use that speech pattern on her. And I like Queen Chimera. I think she's a good character. Pretty sure there are real-life cultures that speak like that. I'm sure there are. I just want to know why they speak like that. I don't think it's ever been confirmed or denied. Like, this is, again, it's just world-building stuff. Like, you're going to get some asshole like me that's going to start asking questions like this that don't have answers.
Who's there?
And it's not out of, like, any hate. I just genuinely want to know. Oh no, the serial ASMR. Sorry. Isn't it like Argonian? Some talk normal and some speak in a more translated-esque accent? Yeah, sure. Argonians have Gel as their language, though. What's the Khajiit language? I know they do have their own separate language. I just don't remember what it's called. Ta'agra, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like, that's how they speak in Ta'agra, and it makes sense in that language. Chad has thought more about Khajiit lore and details than Bethesda has in most of their games. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, I care about this series. I'd like the Khajiit to be taken a bit more seriously, so, you know, I got questions about your lore, dog. That is another good point, though, Alexis. Victoria, my eyes are burning comment. My eyes! Want a game that uses beast races right and doesn't use them as an afterthought? Yeah. I think they're very misunderstood, aren't they, the beast races, by the community as a whole? Like, I think a lot of people miss that Argonians don't have three-part names in their home country. I see a lot of people design an Argonian character, and they name them something like, I don't know, like a three-part name. It's like, that's not, that's a localization of their name, you know? That's not how their name would be if you're designing a character from Blackmarsh. They don't call themselves that. Just joined in, congrats on 10k. You're lucky you just missed the last conversation we had. Welcome to the stream. And thank you, I appreciate it. Swims in deep water, isn't that the fishing guy? Don't know. Argonian naming is like Native North American. I believe there's a line in Skyrim about one of the Argonians saying that like the Nord people can't pronounce his name correctly, so he just goes by something else. Which is a lot like how Native Americans were named. Like, you even see that, like, Assassin's Creed 3, of all the things that they did wrong in that game, representing Native American culture, they still, they got that right, because his name is, Connor's name is Ratanahaken. But then, I can't remember Achilles. He's like, your new name's Connor. And he's like, but that's not what I'm called. My name's Ratanahaken. He's like, no, just trust me. The white folk aren't going to call you that. You're Connor now. And so that's kind of what happens with the Argonians, is that they have a name that's hard to pronounce for people, and then they just get a new name granted to them. Probably the biggest reason for Khajiit being so popular is because they look so good in Skyrim. Yeah, I mean, they did do a good job with their player models. And, I mean, people like to roleplay as, like, a fuzzy kitten, for whatever reason. And hey, power to you, I guess. But, because there's, like, maybe 20 Khajiit in all of Skyrim, people don't have a good understanding of what they are. They just think they're the funny cat people that eat moon sugar all day. Some Argonian translate their names, others make names up. Yes, it's not all of them. But in those like 3-part names, I believe they're all meant to be like localizations of their actual names. Oh. Yeah, but if you call your character an ESO, I'll go Shukalo, you, which might be perfectly fine Argonian, you'd be banned as a bot. Well, that's why you give him a title. Make like Aishokago of what, Lilmoth? That's a Argonian city, right? I like to think that console commands are canon, only usable if you can shim. I've heard that before. I think that's a fun fan theory. So if you were to be transported to the Elder Scrolls universe and dropped in any location in any era, what would you choose? Would I be me? Would I be Dareloth? Like just transported in there, or would I be transformed into the closest race to myself? Or would I just be like, they'd be like, whoa, look at this weird guy. He can't do anything miraculous. If he runs too fast for 2 minutes, he's winded. What's that? You have to eat and sleep? Just how you are now? Well, okay, in that case, I think I'd be dead within a month. But I would probably want to be dropped off in just like probably the Imperial City, in the Elven Gardens district. That's where I'd go. That's the safest spot for me, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll just like settle down with a nice girl from Riverwood. Maybe that's the play. Nice, safe, quiet town. Cyrodiil and work on a farm, yeah. You named your Nord and ESO Ulfric Fjorskin. You got banned after 21 days? That sucks. That's such a funny name. Here, my tag on Black Ops 3 used to be this. I'll type it in chat. That used to be my clan tag. What are your thoughts on orcs in the lore? It was interesting how they were always barely above the beast races in Commoner's View. Yeah, I think the orcs are very interesting. They get a lot of shit. My one buddy always tells me the story of when he started to play Skyrim. He went around and killed every single orc because he was familiar with Lord of the Rings, where orcs are the bad guys. So he would just go around and kill every single orc that he saw. And I think a lot of people still have that kind of prejudice where they think that the orcs are supposed to be orcs, and they think that the dwarves are supposed to be traditional dwarves and all that kind of stuff. Your lifts or tails in ESO and you still haven't been banned. Well, that's a lore character. Can't ban you for that. There's also my friend, his Argonian's name is Loves His Mom. And I fucking love that name. It's so funny. Who would win, an orc on steroids or a Sentrot on skooma? The Sentrots are pretty powerful, man. Especially on skooma. You can do some crazy shit on skooma. Hist Sap would be crazy too. His name is what? Here, I'll type it in chat as well. That's my friend's Argonian name in ESO. Or Loves His Mom, my bad. It's so fucking funny because he's a support character too. Yeah, it's the most wholesome name ever. Saw an Argonian named Eats Your Sweet Roll once. It's a good one. I do think the Sweet Roll meme is a little bit played out. Like, we need some new memes in the Elder Scrolls community. The entirety of castles is a good new meme for us to joke about.
Something's not right. Okay. I think we may be in for some trouble.
I feel like I was so good when I was a kid at, like, predicting where these arrows were gonna go. Lost my touch. 13-year-old me would be so disappointed. Well, I think I'm a loser. There we go. He's watching me. 13-year-old me. Oh, he's so proud. Should be using my bounce sword. Castles has made me worry even more about deaths. Yeah. It was a pretty shocking thing. I mean, I knew it was going to be bad. I had a feeling it was going to be bad, I'll say. At the very least, I thought it was going to be, you know, akin to Fallout Shelter, which I enjoyed Fallout Shelter. You know, I didn't think that game was bad at all. It's like, I don't know, it's fine. But yeah, I don't know. It was pretty pretty atrocious. Elder Scrolls Wii, yeah, they look like Mii's. I meant to incorporate that in my video, but again, I kind of rushed that video out a little bit quickly. Made me check my Discord. I don't know how to stop that from happening, from you getting my Discord notifications, because my Discord's not even turned on. Let me see if I can mute my Discord. Oh, here's what I need to do. I don't know. You guys probably would know better than I would how to fix that. You kind of enjoy castles? I think Fallout Shelter's better. If you enjoy castles, I think you should try out Fallout Shelter instead. If you like Fallout, that is.
Who's there?
Fallout Shelter, like, also, I don't know if you guys remember in Fallout Shelter, or if you even played it, but I guess I should explain. The basic premise of castles and of Fallout Shelter is that you build a base, and then your base collects resources every once in a while, and you have to, like, click on those resources to activate them, and sustain your people. You'll get new people that come to your castle or to your vault that you're building, depending on how good your happiness is there, and you know, it's a whole thing. There's different rooms where resources are created, and like the rooms in Fallout Shelter, they take like maybe like 3 minutes, and then you'll get some kind of a reward for completing that room, like if it's energy or food or whatever. You can do this mechanic though in Fallout Shelter to speed up the rooms. You can do like you can rush your workers, and then they'll produce stuff a little bit quicker. Like you can instantly do it, and there's always a % chance that there's a disaster that will happen, and there's going to be like an outbreak or a fire or bugs will come. But that's the long and short of it. In Elder Scrolls Castles, you know what they do to make you speed up your rooms? They make you watch an ad. They don't have a mechanic where you can just speed stuff up with a risk. You have to watch an ad. It's crazy. I didn't even mention that in my video, but I should have. I really didn't want to talk about that game. Like, the game was exhausting me. Yes, I can put a Discord link in. Will there be more Legends videos? Yes, I'm thinking about moving the Legends stuff onto my second channel, because I think I want to keep this one maybe more video essay and lore focused, as looking at my analytics, that's what most of you guys have subscribed for. So I think that might be the plan going forward, but we'll think about it. Not hard set on it. Okay. 16 times the ads, yeah. 16 times the detail. At least Castles is confirmed that Test 6 will take place in Hammerfell with the Redguard theme as the events. I know there's the Redguard theme that I was looking at in that video. I'm surprised they didn't have all, like, 10 racial themes at the start of that game. At the very least. Like, I know I said maybe they should come up with their own style. You could have just had the choice to choose any different kind of style.
Who's there?
You know, just preload, like, all the 10 playable races and their styles, and then people can choose which one they want their castle to look like, or alternate between. Oh shit. Dude, I take so much random damage from these guys. Plus this cold magic, I frickin' hate cold magic. Gotta go, W stream, good luck on everything, thank you. Enjoy whatever you're doing today. Will members have a special role in the Discord? I've been thinking about that. I'm honestly like a bit of a Discord noob. Not very adept with the whole Discord thing. So, I don't know. I don't know how to do that quite yet. I would definitely like that to be something. I'm gonna eat some cereal. Hey, what's up, Thin White Dude? Okay, I'm back. Probably get someone to help with it. Yeah, I could. I'll let you guys know. I'll keep you posted. I'm an admin in quite a few servers. Hit me up if you need anything. Okay, will do. Is this how you progress, or is this the way to one of the Frost Giants? If they canonize castles and make a Nord king cucking his wife with a Khajiit part of the lore, I will lose it. The intro to that game is fucking ridiculous. Again, another thing I didn't even brush on, because I was more focused on the broad topics of Bethesda being lazy, but the actual specifics of that game are fucking ridiculous. Damn, bro got bodied. The thing is, they don't canonize anything these days. Most sane test lore, to be honest, yeah. No, they don't really canonize anything these days, though. They just put stuff out, and then they don't tell us if it's actual content or not.
Are you prepared to honor? May the blessings of Ariel.
At least it's not a house cat, because you're so right, though. You're so right.
And final enlightenment.
That is so canon for me. What's up, Schwab? Todd likes his lore ambiguous after all. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he needs all of the lore. Like, we should be able to know what's at least canon and what's not. What games are canon and what's not. The content within, you know, that can be questioned, I guess, but... Okay, so here's what I want. I want to go do the Frost Giants.
It has to be the place. I've never seen a building.
Because I want to get the Shield of Oriel. I forget where you get the Paragon for the Shield of Oriel. But we have the Emerald Paragon right now. I'm going to look up where the Shield Paragon is. Or which one the Shield Paragon is, at least. Oriel's Shield Paragon. The Ruby Paragon. Isn't the Ruby Paragon inside? Is that not where that one is?
May Ariel's radiance fill your
I always love the way those guys say Oriel. May Oriel's radiance beam through you.
It almost
whatever.
doesn't even look real, you know?
Yes, it's in the Inner Sanctum. Isn't that awesome that we have devoted a part of our brain space to remember where the Ruby Paragon is in Elder Scrolls V? I'm gonna tell my grandkids about that one. Did you know the Ruby Paragon is inside the Snow Elf Sanctum after the Ewer puzzle? Be like that. Yep, Grandpa, take your medicine. Did you know that a Khajiit's claws do as much damage as a Daedric dagger? Okay, Grandpa, go to sleep. Someone's gonna make a Skyrim mod now that replaces the character model with Mies. Be nuts. More accurate now. It's always a pain on the UESP when they release stuff and we have to try and figure out if it's supposed to be canon, Creation Club, Verified Creations, Castles. It's also confusing. Yeah, I see a lot of like, you know, there's stuff on Creation Club that's titled CC. Or stuff on the UESP that's titled CC because it's on the Creation Club, but yeah, you're right, it's very hard to tell if it's supposed to be canon or not, because the UESP is just documenting stuff. They're not trying to tell you if things are canon or not. Yeah, did you know the Redguard swords are curved? Okay, Grandpa. Location of every object of this game is permanently etched into my mind. Yeah. Imagine an Elder Scrolls game based on Civ, CK3, or Hearts of Iron, where you can build empires, take territory, and build legacies. I think we were talking about this the other day. That would be so cool. Crusader Kings 3 has a mod called Elder Kings, which is basically just that. I haven't played it myself yet, but I've really wanted to. Because I've seen people play it, it seems interesting. Ah, this is it, right here. Okay, so then we have to take this. Oh, and there he is. Quick save. Yeah, and I feel like if you're enjoying Elder Scrolls Castles, you should just buy Crusader Kings 3 for like $5. Download Elder Kings, and you'll get a much better experience out of that than you would for Castles. Because if you're looking for like you know, lineage builder type thing, that's exactly what it is. Who's the god of water? Nobody's the god of water. Kirkbride forgot. That's the classic. Gotta pop out. Have a good day, everyone. Yep, you too. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for joining the channel. And, yeah, thanks for chatting. Vampires, hunters or something. The old fort near Rift. Might consider joining up my sector. I do have the Dareloth pillow. Opinion on Tess Arena? I really don't have an opinion on it. I haven't really played it. Played like 15 minutes of it. I made my character. That was about it. What's the one that lets you regen stamina? Okay. I need 40 at restoration. Aquaman. There's a Daggerfall god called Bigrill, who's identified as the god of the sea in pre-release content. I'd be down for God of the Sea. I do think there's really weird stuff in Elder Scrolls Gods, because we don't really ever see like minor deities. It feels like you're either, it's like go big or go home when it comes to the gods. Sorry guys, when I alt-tab, my game freezes like that, but sometimes I have to scroll down chat to see what you guys are talking about. That's why I got castles so early, but it brought me no benefit, yeah. I like ESO, am I a bad person? No, I just gave an entire rant like 40 minutes ago about ESO builds and how to play the game, so don't worry about it. I'm a virgin too. Arena is too old and too early in this series to really have that much to say about it. Yeah, it's really disconnected from the rest of the games. Orgnum is described as a god king. He hangs around in the ocean. Does he? That's cool. Oh, Serana. You gotta come out. Classic Bethesda. Yeah, I loved Oblivion spell making. It was very cool. Even their regular spells were super awesome. I used to love the absorb health, and then you could like touch people with that. It's awesome. Hermaeus Mora should be a god of the sea. After all, he swims on an ocean of knowledge. I mean, it would be thematic, like metaphorical, but I don't know if we need him to be a god of the sea. Did a rant? Is it on YouTube? Well, it's on here. It's like 40 minutes back in the live stream. I should start like clipping stuff from these live streams and making YouTube shorts. Would you guys be okay with that? Might be something I'd look into in the future. In '96, Arena looked nothing like anything in the market. Yeah, I can imagine. Cool. Okay, here's the best cutscene in Skyrim, which isn't really saying a lot.
Did you really come here expecting to
Also, this is
claim
just Mercer Frey.
Ariel's bow? You've done exactly as I predicted and brought your fetching companion to me.
Wait, is he talking about me?
Which, I'm sorry to say, means your usefulness is at an end.
Go first person in here, for sure. Too small. I love when Serana gives the bad elf uppies. Me too. I wish she would give me uppies sometimes. Oh, okay, you know what? Maybe we do need third person because I can see all the enemies. Dude, did she almost just get bodied there? I guess I should give her some armor, huh? I forgot she will wear armor if you give her. Kind of forgot how companions work. Okay, let's just walk back here. Okay. Funny joke, everyone. You can leave me alone now. Yep. Okay. We'll just take this one. She a Nord? She is a Nord. Actually just ruined Verther for me now? Dude, that guy is everywhere. His name's like Steven something, the voice actor for him. Elvin Mercer. That really shouldn't be that funny, but it's just a fucking funny sentence. Last Snow Elf depicted as a snobbish asshole. What did Todd mean by this? It's like, what is it, the Red Guards are like, their intelligence is lower than all the other races of men. What did Todd mean by this? Every time I hear that voice, I just think it's Nick Valentine or Bellator. Yeah, I love the Nick Valentine voice, how it's just Mercer. I see it in the opposite. Whenever I talk to Nick Valentine, I'm like, oh, it's Mercer Frey, but he's nice. Got spunk, kid. Probably take out the shaman first. You know what we gotta do is hide behind this thing and then quick save. Get back to this. Steven Russell is the VA, yes. That's his name. I really do like his voice, but they do use him a lot. Like, they need to chill out with him. And in this game specifically, once you start listening for it, he voices like so many people.
Gone on long enough.
Also apparently did Barbas and Clavicus. Oh. He's a pretty talented VA then, honestly. The problem with Skyrim's voice acting is that I think they just told them, hey, you're gonna do this voice, and we're gonna record it, 500 voice lines of it, and then they just made it be a bunch of different characters. Oh, Serana is, yeah, she's go in the hallway of shame again. I really should get a better conjuration spell. Yikes. What kind of infrastructure is this? Balmer architects suck at their jobs. Yeah, well, that's why they all got frozen. Poor insulation. I'm actually being stuffed in this corner. I can't move. Let me go. Let me go! The hallway of shame was not the right move. Oh wait, maybe it was. Now I can keep them in here. Oh, sorry, Serana. My bad. You deal with those guys. I'll just take I'll take this one right here. Wrong thing. Is that the same animation that the giants have, sort of? Okay, that's one down. It's not just any old, yeah. Don't you know that if you're old, you're more powerful? It's true. You guys aren't going to be ready for me when I'm 90. Okay. Oh, here's the cutscene. Oh wait, let me do a hard save here. Might want this for a video.
You alright? Come on, we can do this. I know we can.
Cool.
He's up there on the balcony. Come on.
Uppies. I always refer to the Forsworn as evil deer people. It's pretty much what they are. Anyone who attacks you is evil. Remember that.
Enough, Werther. Give us the bow.
What's your favorite Elder Scrolls race / culture? I really like Imperials. I really like Argonians. I really like the Dunmer. Those are probably my top 3.
Until the betrayed corrupt.
I used to really dislike Nords. I like Nords a lot now, especially after learning so much about their culture pre-Skyrim. I think the Nords are very, very underrepresented even in this game. Shot him off the edge with a Thum. You read my mind. I think I have it equipped.
But Ariel should have
Yeah, I do.
protected you.
Why don't you mod your game? I don't like mods. I prefer to play the game vanilla.
Ariel turned his back on me. I swore I'd have my revenge, no matter what the cost.
You want to take revenge on a god?
Ariel himself may have been beyond my reach, but his
Wonder if the Reach used to belong to High Rock. That's pretty much the idea behind it, is that it used to be their area.
All I needed was the blood of a vampire and his own weapon, Ariel's bow.
The blood of a vampire.
Wonder if the Atronachs can canonically
Ariel's
speak?
bow.
I think I've seen a story about some noble girl falling in love with the Frost Atronach. I mean, I almost fell in love with that Frost Atronach back there, to be honest with you.
The blood of a pure vampire.
Oh, shoot.
The blood of a daughter of Cold Harbor.
You were waiting all this time for someone with my blood to come along. Well, too bad for you. I intend on keeping it. Let's see if your blood has any power to it. Where'd you come from?
Okay, I'm gonna beat Werther here. I think I'm gonna shout him off the edge. See ya. And then I actually have to go. But yeah, get styled on, nerd. So I'm going to make a hard save right here. Sorry that I can't stay longer. I'm supposed to be going out with my friend tonight. Kind of let time slip away from me, so yeah. I will talk to you guys in the next one and in the YouTube comments. Peace out. See you later. Have a good night. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow. I know I say that at the end of like every single stream, but maybe we will.